Good morning, colleagues. We are going to start now. It is 10:30. This meeting was scheduled for 9, but because of the overlapping of the briefing, that is why we're starting now. And we hope that you will understand that we needed to be briefed by different section, the AG, the Treasury, and even the researcher. And hope that everybody has a okay, maybe let me check something. It looks like there is an emergency. Apologies. We had to deal with an issue. We will deal with it as long as we have dealt with it the way we have dealt it. We have released our researcher, Memtimele. I think the issue will be attended later by the committee. And one media, my apologies for starting a meeting and also break in the middle. There was no way I could have ignored that. I tried, but I was forced, and indeed it was really necessary that I intervened. So I was saying we all have the agenda, and those are the agenda item. The first item is opening, which I declare this public hearing open. MEC Mayor Violet Mate and HOD Mr. Matsena, and your entourage, committee members, honorable members, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, Meki Dibone Libya, our staff members, and all who are watching us on different media platforms. You are all welcome to this public hearing. The department that is appearing today is the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you, MEC, for honoring the invite. Scopa derives its mandate from Section 114, 2A and B of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 106. The Act stipulates that a provincial legislature must provide for the mechanism to ensure that all organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and to play an oversight over the state institutions. It is for this reason that you are invited today. Scopa provides an oversight role by strengthening the accountability, transparency, and integrity of government and public entities. We are also have a responsibility to track House resolutions and monitor their implementations. Performance planning, monitoring, and evaluation are critical in the building of a capable state. This can be achieved through strengthening internal controls of the department, and where there are deviations, consequence management should be instituted. Failing to get credits and debits correct and not complying with the clearly stipulated legislation is unforgivable. It is also unforgivable not to deliver the necessary service to the public and to the people of Limpopo. Today we are going to receive reports from 2022-2023 financial year and 2023-2024 financial year. Just to check MEC and HOD, we have received the package from your department. Just check if you are aware of what you have received. We are happy if you know the reports that we have. But we want to raise the issues on the technical issues of the file. Our expectation is that when we are preparing for these meetings, we should not struggle in terms of numbering and all these issues, like you can't find an attachment or whatever. Our expectation is that we need to receive a file which we're not going to struggle with technical issues. We just go straight to the contents. We are happy that you have responded when there is raised an issue of the 2022-2023 issue of numbering. But we also realize other challenges, though they are minimal. We'll raise you'll see as we are going through that. Indeed, you need to perfect your job, and especially as the accounting officer, whenever the file is taken out to the public, because once it is out of your office, it's no longer your file is public. So we must have public confidence in what we are presenting to them. Hence, Metakane Malolega, the AG, is always preaching that we need to professionalize the state. We need to professionalize a public service. And when professionalizing this a public service, it means that every employee, every official must make sure that the work that is presented is up to scratch. I thought I need to just start there, so that you note it, and in future you know that when you are preparing, even if it is not Scopa, any document that is getting out of the department must paint a better picture about the department. So maybe one or two issues of housekeeping. we are having a item 3 as introductions. We are all going to introduce ourselves. But I need to indicate that during the process, as and when anybody speaks, you must start by introducing yourself. It does not matter whether you are going to speak 10 times or 15 times. Every time you take to the mic, just introduce yourself for the purpose of recording, because you must know that we are on record, we are addressing the public as we are. So they must not guess who was asking this question, who was responding. It must just be clear that it was the MEC or the HOD. Furthermore, we will read questions. The committee will read questions and the department will respond. We'll go back if there are follow-up questions. They ask follow-up questions and you also respond up until to a stage that we wrap up a particular question. I think that is what we are going to do. So you are welcome and please feel free. This is your meeting. Just be free and just give a count of what you know so that the public can know that in Limpopo, Dilo di Chenchich. Thank you very much. We are on item number 3. We are going to introduce firstly the members of the Public Account Committee. I will let everybody introduce him or herself, starting with me. My name is Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa in Limpopo. So we can.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the members of Transport and MEC. My name is Jacques Smuller. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Thank you, Chair. And greetings to the MEC and your staff. My name is Thabo Mabocha. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Faith Opela. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Togada Kenna Lawrence Mabodo, Kalumedis MEC, they are chairperson, then Nagmoloko Waruka.
Di Machoroni Watwate, Zinandi Nempumburun Tambelin Colbert, the member YAE committee.
Good morning, all of you. Morning to the MEC and the team. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela, and I'm the member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Divinely blessed morning, colleagues. My name is Honorable Kidibone Levia, the chairperson responsible for the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Community Safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Legislature staff.
Good morning. My name is William Mukari. I'm the committee coordinator for the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carol Stone of Communication Services.
Good morning. My name is Candy Mutala from Medical Services.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Samson Amaka, ANC Research House, Scopa.
thank you very much. Office of the Auditor General.
Morning, MEC, your team. My name is Lakili Rao. I'm the senior manager responsible for transport.
Treasurer.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC, HOD and everyone here. My name is Portia Semenya, the Provincial Accountant General.
Thank you very much, MEC and your team.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry.
You are this side.
Okay, Treasurer.
My name is Martha Soto from Treasury, Legislative Oversight.
Okay, thank you very much. MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson of the committee and your members. Let me take this opportunity to introduce myself. I'm Mathe Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety in Limpopo.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the Scopa. My name is Masiru Stephen. I'm the head of the Department Transport and Community Safety. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. My name is Profe. I'm known as the Mugeti. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the Department of Transport and Community Safety.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Ramkwasa Nelson Mainature. I'm the Director, Internal Control and Compliance in the Department of Transport and Community Safety.
Good morning, Chairperson, members in the House, Honorable MEC. My name is Jane Mrauzi. I'm the Chief Director, Transport Regulation in the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and the honorable members and the MEC. My name is Mai G. My surname is Mkhalim Chintuli. I'm the Chief Director, Provincial Secretariat for Police Service. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Paul Mangani, Director of Internal Compliance in the Department of Transport and Community Safety.
In the office of the MEC, all protocol as well. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Hawala Swartland, MEC Support.
Morning, Abshel. Mina Bomba Malayana, Parliamentary Officer, MEC's Office.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Vikasi Pakere. I'm the Director of Expenditure.
Morning, I am Ezimunyai. I am responsible for legal and labor relations in the department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Jabun Jehule, Director responsible for SRM. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We also want to maybe just introduce yourself. Earlier I said our researcher Ben Timele has left because of some unforeseen circumstances. So is replaced by Pasha.
Yeah, Pasha.
Pasha.
Pasha DA.
Maybe if you can just introduce yourself so that.
No, thank you very much. My name is Pasha Dilagani. I'm the researcher responsible for transport and community safety.
Thank you very much. On apologies, we are presenting formally now that Ms. Mtimele has to leave because of circumstances that are beyond our control. And we also, from our side of the committee, we have apology of Honorable Machete. He is not well. And Honorable Maila is also having some commitments. So these are the apology from the committee. Maybe we check from your office, MEC, if there are apologies.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm Son Violet. Allow me to hand over to the HOD.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Majano, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. So in terms of apologies, we are almost a full house with the exception of one chief director who has attended an event in Gauteng. However, he has been replaced with an acting chief director today, David as introduced today. Otherwise, we are a full house. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe apology from me, HOD. I said you are Matsena, and I heard it clearly that you are saying it's Machena. Okay, thank you, Mr. Machena. And my apologies for not pronouncing your surname correctly. Yeah, now we are on item number 4, which is questions and responses for the report that we have received and on 2022, 2023 and 2023, 2024. Maybe let me appreciate the department, because during the briefing, and I think this is worth mentioning, during the briefing by the Treasury and the AG and our researcher, there was a consensus that this is one department that if we were to give marks, they may get something close to distinction. It was not from me, because now I also have my own coming from your reports. From the Treasury and the AG and the assessment by the researcher, they are saying it's one of the departments that is doing very well. But I must also indicate, when going through the file, I also have some questions on other issues that can lower those marks. Now, because of the presentation of the brief, I can put you at maybe 90. And then we'll see as we're discussing if it will not go down. So that's just from what they have presented. So just relax and answer this question as much as you know what has happened. And we are happy that all the sections are here, because there are sections which we had a lot of questions. For example, the labor section, where we have got a lot of questions in terms of how you deal with your grievances or your misconduct. But we'll come to those as and when you respond. Like we've indicated, we're going to deal with both years simultaneously. We'll ask question 1 from 2022-2023, and also ask question 1 from 2023-2024. Because in most cases, the questions are the same and the responses are the same. And in some cases, it looks like there is also cut and paste of some sort, which is no longer 90 now, 1 mark off. So that is the approach, and that's on a letter. But on the approach, we'll go to this question and this question. Where there are similarities, will indicate. Where there are differences, will indicate, so that we move. Are we ready?
Yes.
Let's take the first question. Yeah. Honorable Smile, can take the first question.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Question 1 relates to the audit outcomes for the vote for the period for financial years 2013-14 to 2022-23 financial years, and it will follow up also, I'll read it also with 23-24 financial years. Executive Authority, the committee that the Department of Transport, Community Safety has not yet implemented all the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2020-2021 financial years. Furthermore, the Department of Transport and Community Safety has been stagnant with unqualified audit opinions with matters of emphasis for 2 financial years, i.e. 2021-22, 22-23. First A question. Provide the committee with the status on implementation of House resolutions. B. Why did the department fail to implement all the House resolutions for all of these years? And then I will move okay, and then I will move to the the 23-24 financial years. Provide the committee with the status of implementing the House resolutions of that specific financial year. And then B, why did the member of the Executive Council, MEC, fail to implement all of these House resolutions? C, why is the department stagnant on these audited outcomes? And D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the stagnant in these audits? Chairperson, that's all of what in both financials.
Thank you very much. As I indicated in my remarks that one of our responsibility is to track House resolutions. And we have realized that the implementation from the department is not up to our expectation. So we want you to answer those questions so that we get clarity as to what is happening. MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Matthew Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety in the Bombo. I will hand it to the HOD, Mr. Majena.
Thank you. My name is Masilo Stephen Majena, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, thank you for the question on both reports. Let me start with number A in terms of our answer. Chair, we have provided a table that indicates that the implementation of the House resolutions primarily subsequent to this first table, we then are going to be showing the progress that we're actually gaining going forward, including the challenges. Let me first indicate, Chair, that from the financial year 2014-15 up until 2021, the department had total number of 38 findings. Those that were resolved were 27, which now converts to 71%, with 11 findings still not yet resolved. If I may go to 2014-15, Chairperson, in this particular financial year, we've had 8 resolutions that we needed to deal with. We resolved 7, with 1 that was not resolved. That talks to the issue around irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Of course, the outline in terms of the details are in the ensuing table. In 2015-16, we had 3, we resolved 1, 2 were left outstanding, and those were around significant uncertainties and other reports and investigations. In 2016-17, Chair, we had 8, we resolved 6, 2 were still left unresolved on significant uncertainties and investigation reports. In 2017-18, out of 9 that we've had, 6 were resolved, with 3 still outstanding on significant uncertainties, fruitless and wasteful expenditure and investigation. In 2018-19, out of 8 that we've had in that particular year, 6 were resolved, with 2 still outstanding on irregular expenditure and significant uncertainty. In the financial year 19-20, we only had 1 which was resolved, then we didn't have any challenge there. In 2021, 2020-21, we also had one with that particular one still outstanding on the issue where we needed to assist GAL to improve their audit opinion. So if I may go to number B, which is why the department why did the department fail to implement all the house resolutions? Chair, we have further provided a table indicating why we could not implement all the resolutions due to various reasons. The first one being in 2014-15, it was related to the regular expenditure, and in terms of the details, the committee had recommended that the department must identify all the root causes of these legal claims, their nature, and develop a strategy to prevent, eliminate, and clear them. In terms of our progress and the challenge that we have, the regular expenditure could not be condoned since the public protector's remedial action were challenged in court. The matter has been referred to the Office of the Public Protector for further handling in that regard. The Office of the Public Protector responded and indicated that the remedial action has been set aside, obviously because of a court order in that regard. The office, during the time 2023, the office will study the judgment in full and, if applicable, issue the report to the applicant. This is supported in Appendix 1, Chairperson. I may be guided in terms of that if I need to go to that now. This is when I was indicating the public protector's report, the court order, our correspondences to between ourselves and the public protector in this regard on the same matter. Even in 2023-24, then there is also progress further than what we have done in 22-23 in terms of our responses. I need to be guided if I should go to number 2 or should I go to the appendix, or these are for the members to refer. But in terms of the second one, 2015-16, on significant uncertainties, the committee had recommended that the department must identify all the root causes again. Progress on contingent liabilities for 2015-16 cases is as follows. 9 outstanding amounting to 10.5 million as per the claimant's figures, and 95.9 estimated or estimate by legal practitioners. All these cases are pending court decisions. With this one, Chairperson, these are claims that the department receives. Normally, the claimant will then put a figure. Upon assessment as the department, we also put a figure in line with how we think the claim should be, and then everything now gets sent to court for decisions, and that matter is still sitting with the courts in that regard. These are basically contingent liabilities, claims against the department in the main. The second one, which is 2015-16, other reports and investigations, the committee had recommended that the EA must speedily conclude the investigations. And then we are saying in 2015-16 there was no investigation report issued by the investigator. In 2016-17, under significant uncertainties, the committee had recommended that the executive authority must speedily conclude all pending cases against the department. Progress on contingent liabilities for 2016-17 cases is as follows. 1 outstanding case amounting to 200,000 as per the claimant's figures, and 50,000 estimated or estimate by legal practitioners. And also this one, the case is still pending court decision. It's the same issue where the claimant was saying I need to be compensated with 200,000. However, internally we assessed and said we are putting it at 50,000. The matter then was still before the courts to decide whether with us or with the claimant. On investigation reports, in 2016-17, the committee had resolved that all departments which are conducting investigations must table the reports in the House by 30th June 2018 and all recommendations by 30th September 2018. And in this case, we did not, there were no investigation report that was issued in that particular year. In 2017-18, Chairperson, under significant uncertainty subject, the committee recommended that the executive authority must speedily conclude all pending cases against the department. In terms of our progress on contingent liabilities for 2017-18 cases is as follows. One outstanding case amounting to 33,400 as per the claimant's figure and 5,000 estimates by legal practitioners. Also, this case has still been sitting with the courts for decision. It's that same one where the claimant said, I need 33,400 as a claim, and then we said, no, it can only be 5,000, and the decision is pending from the courts. Under fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where the committee had recommended that the accounting officer must investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 686,980.37, which was charged by the South African Revenue Service for late payment and recover any loss due to negligence from responsible officials. On this one, Chairperson, of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in 2017-18, totaling 686.98. Progress was made in the following cases. 3,789.93 was written off. No official was found guilty. 652,560 was also written off with no official found guilty. 15,152 was also written off after the investigations and no official was found guilty. 2,431.38 was also written off with no official found guilty. The 13,046 rents was still under investigation at the time. Resolution number 9 of 2017-18, under investigations, the committee had recommended that the EA must table a report in the House in relation to public transport intermodal facility as soon as the report is available. The report is attached as an Appendix 2 and will be tabled. The report was further updated because there were now progress in relation to this particular intermodal facility. And the second bullet, the committee further recommended that the accounting officer must ensure that any loss is recovered from the service providers and the relevant officials as per the recommendations of the investigations. In this case, Chairperson, the department lodged a claim against the responsible company and awaiting the matter to be set down for the court hearing. There is an Appendix 3 that talks to that. Obviously, there is progress in the ensuing in 23-24 financial year in relation to this very same matter in terms of the progress that we've made. Number 1 of 2018-19, under the subject significant uncertainties, where the committee had recommended that the EA must table a report. In terms of progress, the progress on contingent liabilities for 2018-19 cases as follows. 2 outstanding cases amounting to 920,000 as per the claimant's figures and 50,000 as assessed by our legal practitioners. Also, this case has since been given to the courts to decide on whether to go with the department or with the claimant's figure. So we are still waiting. On irregular expenditure, on resolution number 2 of 2018-19, where the committee had recommended that the EA must take appropriate actions against both the accounting officer and the responsible officials for failing to take appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 5.3 million, as disclosed in note number 23. So, in terms of our response, which is supported by appendix number 4, of the irregular expenditure incurred in 2018-19 totaling 5.357 million, the department managed to resolve all the expenditure except for only 145,000. Investigation was completed and a sanction, investigations were completed and the sanction issued in that regard. The appendix 4 does support our work in terms of what we have done. Chair, on resolution number 1 of 2020-2021, under the subject audit opinion and qualified audit opinion of no matters of emphasis. The committee had recommended that the Department of Transport and Community Safety must assist GAL to improve their audit opinion in general and to work on irregular, unauthorized and fruitless expenditure and wasteful expenditure in that regard. Chair, in terms of our responses, owing to the challenge that GAL had, the shareholder appointed additional 4 members of the board with relevant qualifications and experience, and critical committees that were initially not running were able to run. Committees such as audit and risks were able to be established. Critical top management positions such as the CEO and CFO have been permanently appointed. At the time, the entity did not have a permanent CEO and CFO, which could have led to the issue of the poor audit opinion. The entity received an adverse audit opinion in 2021-2022 financial year with a total of 8 audit qualification matters. This was improved to a qualified audit opinion in the 21-22 financial year with the 3 audit qualification matters. The entity was qualified on cash flow statement in the 22-23 financial year, this being the only qualification matter in that particular year, which shows that with our efforts there were improvements in that regard. And the report is now attached as Appendix 11. Although there is stagnation in the audit outcomes from 21-22 financial year to 22-23, the entity has made quite notable improvements, especially looking at the reduction of audit qualification matters. The audit qualification on the cash flow statement was saying as the department that is regrettable and was totally unforeseen. That is actually number B. There was a question number C, why is the Department of Transport and Community Safety stagnant? The department is stagnant, Chairperson, because of a finding control over payment to bus operators. The department has since introduced internal control enhancements, and all the payments are now subjected to additional verification processes as per the attached appendix in labeled appendix number 5. What happens is now there are levels of verifications that we've added in the department just to ensure that all payments are verified. If I may go to answers in relation to question number 1 of 2023-2024. On this one, Chairperson, in terms of responding to question number A, we have provided a table that talks to the House resolutions. If you look at 2014 to 2022, 21-22, now we had 41, a total of 41 resolutions, 21 resolved, which now translate to 71%, with 29% still outstanding. And in 2014-15, we had 7 resolved with 1 still unresolved that talks to irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. 2015-16 also we had 3 with 1 resolved, 2 still outstanding under significant uncertainties and other reports and investigation. 2016-17 it was 8 with 6 resolved, 2 still outstanding under significant uncertainties and investigation report. 2017-18 financial year we had 9 with 6 resolved, 3 still outstanding under the category significant uncertainties, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. When we look at 2018-19, we had 8 with 6 resolved, 2 still outstanding under significant uncertainty and irregular expenditure. 2019-20, we had 1 which was resolved with no problems. 2021, we had 1 and it was resolved with no issues. 21-22, we had 4, 2 were resolved, 2 are still outstanding. They talk to internal control deficiencies and lifestyle audit. And in terms of question number B as to why did the member of the EA fail to implement all the resolutions. On resolution number 1 of 2014-15, Chairperson, where the committee had recommended that the MEC should institute investigations into the circumstances which led to the department incurring the irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. and report the matter to Provincial Treasury and take steps to regularize it. In our explanation, we're saying the regular expenditure in the year under review was incurred when an investigator was appointed without following supply chain processes. Obviously, this is the same response from 22-23. The matter was investigated by the Office of the Public Protector, and the remedial actions were issued against the former MEC. The former MEC reviewed the remedial actions, and the court judgment was issued. Judgment was sent to the Office of the Public Protector, and the response was that the remedial actions were set aside. The Office of the Public Protector indicated that the judgment still will be studied in full, and a final decision will be communicated to the department. 2 follow-up letters in this regard were sent to the Office of the Public Protector, and no response was received to date. If you look at Appendix 1, that is where now we have the 2 letters that we've written to the Public Protector, and they did not respond to our letters. The resolution number 1 in 2015-16 under significant uncertainties, where the committee had recommended that the department must identify all the root causes of these legal claims, their nature, and develop a strategy to prevent, eliminate, and clear them. The department has 2 contingent liabilities cases for 2015-16 financial year with the summons amounting to 7.805,952.32. This relates to breach of contract, and 25,000 that talks to the issue of impoundments. As when they were assessed by the Legal Services Unit, they were assessed to a figure from 7.8. We said as the department it must be 0, and from the 25,000 we said as the department were assessing it to 5,000, and this was submitted to the courts for decision making. And all this now, if you look at Appendix 10, it supports our processes of dealing with this. Number 2, resolution number 2 of 2015-16 on investigations and other reports. The committee had recommended that the EA must speedily conclude the investigations, and we did not have any investigation report in that particular year that was issued. Number 5 of 2016-17 under significant uncertainties, where the committee had recommended that the EA must speedily conclude all pending cases. The department has one contingent liability case for 2016-17 financial year with summons amounting to 200,000 for unlawful arrest. And our legal team has assessed this to 50,000, not 200. And we are waiting for the courts to decide. And Appendix 10 further substantiate our process on this one. Resolution number 7 of 2016-17. Here we're saying there were no investigations for the period under review. Number 4 of 2017-18 under significant uncertainties, where the committee had recommended that the EA must conclude all pending cases. The department has 2 contingent liabilities cases for 2017-18 financial year with summons amounting to 23,400 for impoundment and 10,000 also for impoundment. Legal services had assessed all these 2 to 5,000 and 0 respectively. Obviously this one was now our position, and it's awaiting the court decisions, and this is supported by Appendix number 10. In terms of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, where this is now resolution number 7 of 2017-18, where the committee recommends that the accounting officer must investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 680.37, which was charged by the SARS for late payment and recovery of any loss due to negligence. Of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred in 2017, totaling to 686, progress was made in the following cases, Chair. The first one being 3.7, 89.93, that was written off with no official found guilty. 652.560 was also written off with no official found guilty in that regard. 15,152 was also written off with no official found guilty. 2.431.38 was also written off with no official found guilty. 13.046 is still under investigation. Appendix 6 is there to provide further details in this regard. Our resolution number 9 of 2017-18 under investigations, where the committee recommended that the EA must table the report in relation to the intermodal facility, where, and again, the committee further recommended that the accounting officer must ensure that any loss is recovered in this regard. The report is attached as Appendix 2 and will be tabled in due course. And in terms of the first bullet of the resolution, the department took the matter to court, and the attorneys representing the company wrote a letter to state attorney proposing out-of-court settlement in relation to this matter. This is the intermodal facility issue where we are taking the company to court, trying with a view to claim back the losses in terms of the monies there. So the matter was still in court. However, the company wrote to the attorneys to state attorney proposing that we need to sit and discuss, resolve this outside court. As it is, we've written back to state attorney to inquire further on the letter so that we can be able to have an engagement with the company. One of the things that we have actually asked about was the interest or the loss that was incurred when we were going to court in that regard. The number 1 of 1819 under significant uncertainties, where the committee had recommended that the EA must table a report in the House on the implementation of the recommendations. The department has one contingent liability case for 2018-19 financial year with summons amounting to 500,000 for unlawful arrest, and it was assessed by legal services to 0, and we're awaiting the courts to decide on this matter. Appendix 10 further details that. Number 2 of 2018-19 on irregular expenditure, the committee recommends that the executive authority must take appropriate action against both the accounting officer and the responsible officials for failing to take appropriate steps to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 5.3 million. Of the irregular expenditure incurred in 2018-19 totaling to 5.3, the department managed to resolve expenditure to the value of 5.2, and only one case to the value of 145,000 is still outstanding. The investigation was completed and the sanction has been issued as supported by Appendix number 5. Resolution number 2 of 21-22 on internal control deficiency. The committee had recommended that the accounting officer must put appropriate measures in place to prevent recurrence of this anomaly. The department has constituted the Quality Assurance Committee to look into issues around performance information. If you look at Appendix 7, it would then have all the letters where the committee was appointed. And program managers are continually ensuring that all targets comply with the SMART criteria in the APP. In terms of the last resolution, number 4, 21-22 on lifestyle audit, where the committee recommended that the department must appoint an independent firm to conduct lifestyle audit on supply chain management officials and management. The department wrote to the Office of the Premier to seek advice on how to approach the exercise of conducting lifestyle audit in view of the fact that they are coordinating for the province. The Office of the Premier has advised that although they are coordinating, the department may proceed with the exercise. I think that correspondence is in Appendix number 12. The department then embarked on a benchmark exercise collecting data on the specification of the exercise. The draft specification is now in place to outsource the service. This was quite a challenging process, Chair, in that we had wished at the department that there be a standardized approach across the province, if possible, even nationally, because we don't want to see ourselves doing it different from other departments. However, we do have draft specifications right now. Question number C, why is the department stagnant on the audit outcomes? The department could not obtain clean audit in the last 3 years due to the following. In 21-22, it was around performance information, and the finding was raised on the indicator number of routes subsidized, under Program 2 Transport Operations. The indicator had a target of 882 and actual achievement of 882. The evidence audited by the AG gave a conclusion that the supporting evidence provided materially differed from the reported achievement, in that the department reported on an average instead of simple count as per the technical indicator description. In 2022-23, our challenge was around expenditure management, where a finding was raised on controls around payment of subsidies to bus operators under Program 2, again, transport operations. It was found that the certain bus operators were incorrectly paid due to the indices used. In 23-24, again, it was performance information. The specific information systems were not implemented to enable the monitoring of progress made towards achieving the targets. In simple terms, Chairperson, we had a target where we had overachieved, and we did not give reasons as to why we have overachieved. The focus mainly was on the underachievement, where we substantiated on why we had underachieved. And the AG raised an issue to say, even when you've overachieved, you needed to have given a description or the reasons as to why you have overachieved. The second one was under performance information, materials misstatement. The department had a new indicator on formal traffic trainings conducted under Program 3, Transport Regulation. There was misunderstanding on the method of calculation, which led to the audit query. In this case, Chairperson, we needed to report on the number of courses that we were actually trained on. How we were counting the courses was different from how the AG wanted us to count, and that led to the query on its own. And number D, on what measures? The table below details the preventative measures taken to prevent recurrence of the findings. In terms of 21-2022, under Program 2, the department is currently reporting based on a simple count method as per the technical indicator description, and consequence management was applied on the responsible chief director. If you can look at appendix number 11. 2022-23, on the finding around overpayment of bus operators, internal control enhancement was implemented for all the payments to be subjected to, and now all the payments are subjected to specific checks before processing. If you look at Appendix 4, we've created levels of verification before we effect a payment, and we believe that is actually working for us. In 2023-24, specific information systems on the issue where reasons were not provided for overachievement. Reasons for variances will be included in the annual report despite under or overachievement. So this is something that now going forward, whether we have overachieved or underachieved, we'll give reasons in that regard. On the material misstatement, the method of calculation was adjusted and to be used going forward. The quality assurance team to verify accuracy and validity of the performance information. And on this one, Chair, we've further given a strategy so that we can move away from the stagnant opinion, which is unqualified, to clean audit. And we're saying we've broken it down in this regard. On leadership, the strategy we're putting in place, Chair, is that management will advocate for clean audit. The accounting officer will schedule special meetings to keep track of areas with potential findings, and this is what we're doing now. On records, we'll improve records keeping and retrieval, and data produced monthly to be stored digitally. On financials, zone improvement of submission date to enable adequate review, prepare quality financial statement, improve on reconciling revenue accounts, financial management to review the financials, internal control to review the financials, internal audit also will come in to review the financials, treasury also will review the financials. High-level review by the audit committee will also be done. This, we believe, in financials, we will be able to put this, we believe the strategy will be able to ensure we change our audit opinion. On performance information, Chair, the strategy is develop half-yearly performance information compile listing of performance information quarterly, review performance information, and with these issues where we're going to do management of the unit, quality assurance, which is very important, testing validity of variances presented in the performance report. Internal audit will review the performance information, and chief directors will sign off quarterly reports and the annual reports so that there's some sort of responsibility and accountability in that regard. But also on compliance, we realized is one of the things that we need to deal with. We're talking about in our strategy, timeless clearing of our internal audit findings, implementation of the approved action plan, monthly audit steering committee meetings, internal control and compliance to draw a yearly plan on areas with high risk of errors. And these are things that we are now doing, Chairperson. On governance, lastly, governance, we hold monthly audit steering committee meetings, to also hold monthly management meetings. We also hold quarterly quality assurance meetings, and all these meetings in terms of governance are taking place, and we believe this strategy should be able to move us from a stagnant and qualified audit opinion. In terms of the questions raised, Chairperson, this is the last response that I'm submitting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. And MEC will like one to appeal to members, as long as much as this can be difficult and tired, but let's try to remain awake. Let's try to if you feel sleepy, you can just get out and get fresh air for 2 seconds and come back. Because we can't expect that even from very high ranked officials of the department. I just want to, because sometimes if you have not set the rules, you can't implement whatever measure. So we must make people aware first before we say MEC is sleeping. We should all listen, take notes, and know how are we going to respond, or what follow-up questions are we going to take, so that you don't drag us back or don't take us back because you were not listening and you ask questions that was answered in the report, or you try to respond to something which was not. That's just my appeal, that we concentrate, all of us. We are going to open follow-up questions from members on the same responses that were outlined by the HOD. And my proposal is that maybe on this one, let's start with 2022-2023 and go question by question. If you have got clarity seeking question on A, we deal with A and we pass it. We go to B. With B, we go to number 1, number 2, number 1 of 2014, 2015, number 2 of, just like that. So that we know that on this one we are done and we have got an answer, or we don't have an answer, and then we will just like that. So, but generally, MEC, the 2 financial years, the responses are more or less what causes, or what is the reason why you can't implement resolution is based on the regular expenditure, and they are recurring for both financial years. That's the general observation. So the question is, what are the difficulties? You know, in most cases, you have referred to many cases to court, which also can give us a concern that why so many cases report, does it not have a cost implications legally? Are we not spending a lot of money on cases other than a service delivery to the people? Because almost all of them, if not more than half of them, are in the court and we are waiting for the judgment. And the other general one is that there are no plans for a particular issue that we have raised, that the executive authority should do 1, 2, 3. And there's no proof that indeed that thing is in the process. In most cases, it is not even done. You'll say, the resolution will say the executive authority must do 1, 2, 3. The accounting officer must do 1, 2, 3, and the challenge there, no investigation. And we are not given the reasons why there is no investigation, even though the House has approved that there be an investigation. And the last issue is the issue of sanctions. I believe that our officials are employed in terms of the PSA. And I also believe that PSA must also have a guideline in terms of dealing with misconducts and maybe even categorizing them. But it becomes very disturbing. If all the misconducts after investigation or after the hearings, they get written warnings which last for 6 months. All of them, almost all of them. Why is that happening? Or is it the same category of misconduct? Even if it can be the same category, but they are not the same. If somebody has misused 12,000 or has an irregular expenditure on 5,000 and the other one has done the same on 500,000, are they getting all of them the return warning? Because the impact, AG will emphasize the impact that particular irregularity has on the department and has on the service delivery. I just wanted to raise all this generally because they are appearing in almost all the reports, and then I'm going to allow members follow-up questions to ask. And please let's not make the presentation so that it will be easy for the MEC to report and to respond holistically to what you are raising. I'm noting Honorable Mawuja, Honorable Mapoulo, Honorable Nembuluni, Honorable Matata Mahasela, and Honorable Smart, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for waking us all up. My name is Thabo Mawuja, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, post the presentation or the clarification by the HOD, I've got some questions, and my questions are, they will follow one another. But the first question that I have is in relation to Resolution 1 of 2014. That it seems like this matter has been dragging for years and years. I have seen your annex chart, though I explained to the chair before we invited you in, that in future, if your documents are going to come like this, we're going to have a very serious problem with you. Your documents need to be paginated and indexed properly, because there are many page ones. Like for example, in Annex Chart B of 2013, there is 2 page ones, if you can check. So you need to paginate your documents proper. The AG is calling on us to professionalize the public service. So please, the chair has given you 90%. So let's keep that 90%. But chair, on this matter of the PP, I saw that there's been correspondence from the department to the PP. Now, what we know as a matter of fact is that the remedial actions that have been imposed by the public protector were set aside. And therefore, after being set aside, my understanding of the law tells me that if you want to appeal a matter, it will take you 60 days. You have 60 days. Your legal is here, they will correct me if I'm wrong. They've got 60 days to make an appeal and 15 days to make a leave to appeal. So in this case, I think this matter, 20 something, 2023, somewhere there. So now we're in 2025. So you can count the months that and days that have passed. So the department has been writing, né? And then the PP only responded on the 22nd of May 2024. So now, are we going to come back next year? Are you going to appear in front of us next year with the same matter, with the same response? I saw even the response for 23-24. It's cut and paste. We've just copied what you responded to us in 2022 and pasted it in 2023. So in 2024-25, are we still going to receive the same response? What actions are you intending on to? What is the legal opinion from your department in terms of resolving this matter that is equally leading to the stagnation of the audit outcome of the department? My second question, Chair, my questions are quite many.
No, Mabuta, I said let's deal with maybe number 1, 2024, 2014, 2015.
Yes, I'm there.
You are still on
I'm
it.
there.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to 15, 16. Or I must wait. It's going to be very difficult. We rather deal with question 1. And then after that we'll go to question 2. Question 1 in the financial year 2021-22. What's this? In 22-23, we deal with it and then we'll go to 2023-24.
Yeah, maybe let me check with the department if it is going to be easy for them to capture, because we want them to capture so that they respond. Will that approach be correct, be easy, I mean, be user-friendly for you, just to raise issues on everything, for example, 2022, 2023?
Thank you. My name is Masilo Stephen Majana, the head of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, it would be better if 23-24, because the questions that are in 22-23, some of them are answered in 23-24 because it's a continuation of the work that we are doing.
Yes, but my initially when I was trying to give direction, was saying we deal with maybe resolution number 1 of 2020 alone and deal with it and finish. So they are proposing that we just deal with all of the resolutions.
Yes.
As long as they can mention which resolution they are talking about. So I'm asking if it will be fine for you.
Yeah, question 1, both sides I think will be fine.
Okay. All right, you can continue.
Yeah. Chair, well, thank you for giving me the platform again. But Chair, I want to check. Can I deal with question? Should I agree I've dealt with resolution 1? Should I then move to 2024? Oh, okay. No problem. Now, whilst we're still on that resolution 1 of 2014, I've read your correspondence to the public protector, and like I said, it's almost cut and paste, because the only letter that you've got actually is the last one. It's the same letter that is attached in 2022-23. The letter that you got from the PP. is the one that you got on the 22nd. So my question is actually the same for both financial years. That look, you have been writing and there's no response. So are you caught in between a rock and a hard place? You don't know what to do. Have you sought legal counsel? Have you got opinion from your legal services as what to do with regard to this? And then have you arranged a meeting, or do you want the chair to arrange a meeting for you and the PP so that this matter can be closed? Because seemingly this matter has been dragging on for years. Now I will go to Resolution 1 of 2015. On Resolution 1 of 2015, on Resolution 1 of 2015, out of interest sake, I would like to check your relationship with the state attorney and how efficient is the state attorney in resolving your matters. Number 2 is that I would like to check how strong is your legal department within the department. Because there are some matters here where they gave an opinion, I think they mainly in 2023-24, whereby where there is they just give an amount. For example, actually it's on Resolution 1 of 2015. There's this matter whereby summons to the total amount of 7.8, and then there's one for 7.8 for breach of contract, and there's another one for 25,000 for impoundment. Now, I think this is the advice from your legal unit, whereby they say assessed by legal services unit to 0. I want to understand already. Where there's 7 million that is claimed, they say 0. Where there's 200 million on resolution number 5, where there's 200 claimed, they say 50,000. I want to understand already what informs that criteria that they've employed to make this determination. And apart from these two, what are the type of claims that occupy your legal service? Are they just this breach of contract and impoundments, or that they are diversified? I will go to resolution number 9 of 2017. There is seemingly this confusion. I'm more confused now. As I've read your documents, as I was going through your documents, I realized that Intersite, it's an implementing agent belonging to a certain government department. Ne? Now, there's an offer the department is in crossroads because they can't find the drawings. But somewhere in the reports, they are saying that Intersite left the site with the drawings. The department has paid more than 22 million to a service provider to generate those drawings that Intersite has left with. Now, the matter is in court, the department is appointing someone else, and then whilst the department has appointed someone else to go and compile the drawings, Intersite is calling the department to a round table, or no, let's negotiate. Now, my question is, as Intersite is an implementing agent, who was the contract? Why are you being taken head on by Intersite and not the contract? Because Intersite seemingly is an organ of the state. And then, you know, if you can, we've been doing our political work from various political formations. And it will pain your heart if you go to Toyando and the people of Toyando tell you, this rank, there's been more than 200 million that has been spent on it, but this is a share. We are being taken for a ride. We are not going to vote for you guys. This matter has been dragging for 11 years. We need finality to this matter. We have been going to court, but seemingly there are delaying processes. Have you also tried to involve law enforcement, more especially on this matter, Toyando? Because our electorates are complaining. And then, as the HOD was presenting, he said that the department lost the case against Intersight. But in this bundle that is in front of us here, there's no court order. So I'm able to relate on what you're presenting on. Can in future, because the chair was just lenient on you guys, in future, when you have to make reference to something, can it be contained in the file? Otherwise, let us not speak about it because it's not there. I will try to move chair. Yeah, no, for now, I think that's where I will partner back. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. You covered, thank you. Honorable, maybe let's go to the book, we'll come back to.
Yes, thank you. On the my name is Nempumbulon TC, the member of the committee. My apology. On the question why is the department stagnant in the audit outcome under the area expenditure management, there is an overpayment of subsidies to the bus operators under program to transport operation. And on the report, it says that they were actually wrong on the indexes. But I just want to know here whether the department has recovered that overpayment paid to the bus operators. And number two, I've learned, Uri, you have the intergovernmental relations with the district municipalities on the bus subsidies. And I just want to know the status in terms of the signed agreement with the district municipalities to transfer these responsibilities as mandated in the pieces of the legislation to the district municipalities. Because had we follow, that agreement, I think it will not be here on the department. I was also partly covered on the resolution 9. This is a hot potato as indicated there on the Toyando taxi rank. And it was raised here by my fellow member in terms of the cases in court. But what I want to know is that as indicated from 2014 until now, there are some of the exercises which are being done. 2014, the company was appointed. In 2017, remedial construction works, and 2022 appointment of the bidders, but there was no appointment of a bidder as per your report. 2023, the HOD appointed the task team, which is a very good work. Realizing that indeed maybe that project will be completed. But until now, in 2025, the project is not yet completed. And in your plan, that is the main question now. You estimate that that project, the taxi rank in Toyando, will be completed in March 2025. By by now, sitting as we are here, do you think the end users or the beneficiary in Vembe will use or utilize this facility in March 2025? Thank you.
Honorable Mantata Mahasala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasala, as the Chairperson has said. Mine is this, that I'm covered by what my colleagues have said, but there's one thing that I need to ask and maybe to recommend about how the department is doing. We are very much happy that you have obtained your unqualified audit opinion, but I think you are very much stagnant where you are, and it's like the department is feeling relaxed and comfortable of where you are, and I don't know how you feel, because if you are stagnant, it seems as if you don't know where you are going and you don't know where you are coming from. So maybe as the committee, we would be very much happy if you shift from where you are and reclaim your status back, because if you can check your audit outcomes from 2014 to 2015, and then to 2023-2024, you have been moving all right, and then in 2019-2020, you got a clean audit opinion. 2020-2021, clean audit opinion, and then you regressed again to unqualified, which we will be glad as the committee, as the standing committee, if you can reclaim your clean audit opinion back. And we are not here to threaten you as the committee. We just want you, or we just want this department to fly high. We want to be proud of you, as the Auditor General and the Treasury have already said about you, to say you are doing fine. So we want you to fly very high so that we can be proud of you. And we hope that you are going to push and respond to those 12 resolutions that you have left. Because according to what we have realized is that you only responded to only 74%, if I'm not, I think it's 79%. So those 12 resolutions, you need to push them so that you can be where you are. Because in order for you to get clean audit opinion, you need to respond to all the findings that the Auditor General has found in you. And then secondly, maybe my question is this, that on irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the 2014-2015 financial year, the matter is still in the Office of the Public Protector, following the judgment that the remedial action be set aside. So there are two follow-up letters which were sent to the Office of the Public Protector, and there was no response which was received to date. So I just want to know how far is the matter concerning those two letters, because there's no response. So I think Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Honorable Small.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just start with the last comment, so because it's fresh. When the MEC was cited in those cases, I'm sure the department is also privy to the court documents against the MEC and the PP. And my distinguished member on my right made reference to the time frames of when you appeal, when you don't appeal, etc., etc., going into detail. What I don't understand is that when the time periods lapse, you don't need to go and ask the PP what is your chance. If you miss the deadline, you notify it. You notify it that A, it's struck off the roll or it's no more relevant, and therefore we don't see it any further. They can reintroduce a new case by all merit, but your job is to make sure it's clean. And I don't understand why it's not being done, because it then talks to how your Director of Corporate Services and your legal services in-house are functioning, and that is a concern for me. MEC, it's very simple. Take out the court order, date, sign, just say, I note the issue is finished, 2 sentences, less is more, clap, close the book. They can really, if they've got new evidence, they've got it. That's what I don't understand in this whole process. Chairperson, when you, MEC, when you make reference to your cases that are legally, you'll say CAT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there to Expenditure 10. But you don't make references to case numbers. For me, I want to see a case number, a legal case at the High Court or at which court ever you are. Case number so of 2018, 2019. You understand? There's a court number. There's a case number. You say it's in court. Many of your answers say it's court, but you literally don't make mention of a case number in court. It's like you say, tomorrow I've opened a case at the SIU of SAPS, but you don't put a number there. There's no cross-reference for us as a committee to say, yes, it is true, and for whatever reason we want to go and follow up later on, we can follow up with a cross-reference. So, Chairperson, when we talk about improving the quality of information to members, this is some of the finer detail that I have missed. The issue was raised about the plea bargain right? Intersight. I want to link it to the comments or the recommendations made by the Portfolio Committee. The committee said, A, that all cost or all revenue or all monies lost must be recouped. And when a person doesn't make a plea, makes a plea, I would want to, and you don't make, you should actually mention that we have got a problem with the plea. If the damages was $1 million and the guy wants to offer 50,000 rand, I'm giving an example. Of course you're not going to accept the plea. You understand? So I want to caution the HOD here. Remember what the minutes, what the resolution of the committee was before us. You have got to cover your cost, and the plea has got to cover that cost or the damages to the MEC. So, Chairperson, it's not clear, and I would want to make that a resolution later on, that it has got to indicate that the resolution has been met, either yes or no, because then you should look at other alternatives. The issue around GAL and improving their audit outcomes. Your Annex 11 that you put forward is the AG the challenges in addressing the challenges means that you have got to put a turnaround strategy plan in place with new KPIs. You should have made reference to a new plan that addresses maybe all of the challenges that was found by God, that addresses all of the audit findings, and therefore comes to a better outcome. You can't tell me now I've put a new warm body there, and yes, the audit is better, but based on what? So MEC, I will ask that when you are responsible for a subsidiary and you need to do a turnaround, how do you hold them accountable? You know very well, MEC, it comes with a new APP or a new turnaround strategy plan, just as like what we did with Great North Transport, where there's an extensive revised turnaround strategy plan. And this is what would have required. Hence, we've got the problems that we had during those days. The new board needs to address numerous things. And your annexures doesn't speak to it, and you also don't make reference towards that. So it is not there, and I would, not to waste the committee's time, but I'm sure I will have their support, is that such a plan must find expression going forward in some sort of a resolution. Thank you, Chairperson. Those were some of the comments and some were references made. Thank you.
Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Scopa, member of Scopa. Chair, with regards to the irregular expenditures that the department seems to be incurring, I've been greatly covered and would really appreciate if the department can help us to fast track these cases so that they are brought into conclusion. Chairman is in line with the lifestyle audit. It is said in this report that the department has embarked on a benchmarking exercise to collect data. So we want to know where is the benchmark taking place and what is the draft specification for collecting this data. Where is the draft specification for the data collection? Where did they benchmark? And also, if they can tell us how soon are they planning to appoint a service provider? Because in Appendix 12, it is said that the appointment of a service provider is not yet finalized. So if they can tell us how soon can they fast track that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chairperson of the portfolio.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and again, a blessed day to transport led by the Honorable MEC. Chair, I was tempted to raise my hand when I had some comments from members of the standing committee with regards to the filing and the annexure. And maybe on behalf of the committee, I would just maybe implore that maybe the standing committee will then advise the department on how your file you want it to be filed, because that is the standard that we gave them as a portfolio committee, and it works for us. And unfortunately, what works for us might not work for the standing committee. And I think it will be advisable if you can, through the coordinator, assist the HOD that, okay, the file that comes to the standing committee should be packed in this way, because the way they packed, that's the way we always commend it, and it makes our work easier in the portfolio committee. And then, Chair, when I saw the questions that you are going to give to the department, I was very elated, because most of these questions we have interfaced with them, with the department, which I believe, Honorable MEC, it will make your work easy, Chair, and the standing committee to rigorously be able to address some of those questions adequately. And maybe before I stand down, Chair, I would also like to commend and congratulate the department really on the audit outcome. And it's just a minor issues that we have addressed, Honorable MEC, that if you attend to them, Chair of Scopa and the committee, you will be seated here with a clean audit coming from the transport department. And also to really commend the learners trainers that you are going to see. I believe Honorable MEC and HOD will integrate into your
your force to make sure that the province become a safer province as well. And I believe, Chair, those were just, but I was overemphasizing with regards to the issue of annexures and filing, because I had it coming, I think from more than 3 members, which I believe maybe the standing committee is not comfortable with. It will be advisable that maybe the standing committee kindly assist them in knowing that this is the way as a standing committee you like your files to be paired, because that is what we had agreed as a portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Before I give the MEC to respond, and based on what you are raising, Chairperson of the portfolio, indeed we found other pages not user-friendly. For example, is what I'm going to raise now as a question, but on maybe not necessarily a question. Resolution 2 of 2018-19 on irregular expenditure, which refers to us to Appendix 4. And then according to the capturing here, Appendix 4 will be dealing with the investigation and sanction as it is captured here. Investigation report and sanctions. But when you open the appendix, you mainly find the letters, and so on and so on. But we were noting what you said, that maybe we see it. In fact, that is what we resolved this morning, that we'll have to find a way to talk to all the departments, to talk to the expectations and how it can be easy for us to use the files. But most of the things that we're raising are just basic administrative issues of a document. It's not that that we need something very special. They are basics. If you are saying an extra one, let's find it. If you are having a page, just number it. There must be a table of contents. This is on page Mama. They are basics, but we will consider that. I'm also raising an issue there. That was the only issue. The other issues I've raised generally, so, but I think you, in your response, you can also deal with them. So we're giving you a chance to respond to what members have raised.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matthias Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I'll hand it to my team to answer, especially the HOD.
Thank you. My name is Masiru Stephen Majena, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chairperson, thank you for the questions. I'm with my team who will respond together. Just some of the minor corrections. Where I was talking about the losses, it was not in relation to that. We have lost a case against Intersight. We have not lost it. I think I was talking about when they invite the department to engage outside the court, we are going to consider all the losses that we've incurred in those discussions, which now talks to the question that was raised by an honorable member, Smalide, to say all the losses are going to be on the table in relation to the money we spent when we were going to court. And we had agreed at the department that in our letter to say what do they mean they want to settle out of court. And we had agreed that we would then sit with them together with the attorneys so that we then pencil down what our losses are so that they are under consideration when they want to settle out of court. We will not settle below what we have expended as the department. And it's an issue that we have agreed that we're going to deal with. The issue around the 60 days to appeal, we appreciate that the one troubling statement that we've had in the response from the public protector, they are in the initial content, they are agreeing that the matter has been set aside. But there's just one sentence that they're saying, we will study this, the court order further and give you a response. And with our legal team, we are putting much pressure on them. We're actually requesting that they write to us as they said. Practically, when you look at the matter, it may look like it has reached the end, which if the public protector can respond, then we will then go and deal with issues of condonement on the very same matter. And it's something that we're focusing on, Chairperson, because we do not believe legally the public protector will still do anything because the 60 days of appeal has lapsed, unless they are doing it without our knowledge. But it's a matter that we are seeing that is going to be finalized very soon. Once they can write to us, we'll take that and go back to Treasury to say we want condonement on this matter. We have tried it, but the matter is still now with the public protector in relation to that. I will then, if my team wants to add on that, we'll do that. The issue of the no references to case numbers, I think Chair, with this one we are conceding. We will do better and ensure that we reference properly to aid the committee to go through the document better. On the issue around the overpayment of buses, the main issue was the indices, Chairperson, in that they are issued somewhere, I think Stats SA. When the AG said you have overpaid the bus operators, we found it hard to believe, and then we've actually requested that there be some recalculations from the AGSA. Obviously, the biggest matter is the indices. They keep fluctuating. And when the correct ones were then utilized, the final report from the AGSA, part of, who were still found to have not done it correctly, but they were under payments, in fact, to those bus operators. And the matter was internalized. I think we managed to not only resolve it, but to develop a control measure that will ensure that when payments are done, there are proper verifications, especially the usage of the correct indices in that regard. On GAL, Chairperson, obviously one other issue that we omitted was the turnaround strategy that GAL has. It has been approved, and its implementation progress report is there. And that was born out of just trying to ensure that we have a certain way that we can monitor and guide how GAL is going to improve, not necessarily just to focus on filling of posts and leave it at that. The turnaround strategy is there. Sitting on it, I think, is the sustainability plan that we also developed together with GAL, and we're monitoring its implementation. Our apologies is that it has not been annexed in the report. The issue of the relationship with state attorney, I am going to leave that to legal services to talk to. I may just want to indicate that things are moving slow in that space. It is an issue that we've picked up, and it's an issue that we constantly raise in other forums like the HOD's forum. Our legal team will also talk to how they arrive at the assessed figures when a claimant or a plaintiff says, I want 200,000 for the impounded vehicle, and then we say it is 50,000. They will be able to articulate on that one. The issue, the implementation of the House resolutions, I think we are noting it very seriously, and then living here, Chairperson will then develop a practical action plan that talks through how we're going to deal with these issues. If you look at that, if we dispatch the public protectors issue on the former MEC, we then dispatch the intersite, which we're seeing progress on it, and then deal with the cases that we're saying they are still impending from the courts. We should be able to clean our books in terms of the housing resolutions, and we're going to deal with that. I would want them to also talk to that, the legal services. The issue to say, are we going to see the beneficiaries of the Toyando taxi rank benefiting from March 2025? Chairperson, that was our plan that we have put in place, looking at the activities that would have been in there. The issue that we don't handle constructions ourselves, I think, is the one that actually derailed the plan, in that the project has been handed to Public Works, I think 2 years back, to finalize. They were just slow in ensuring that they see finality to it. However, as the department, we put pressure on them to an extent that they've now handed the project to IDT. IDT has actually appointed the PSPs already, and as we're talking, the PSPs are on the ground, just try to quantify what needs to be refurbished there, so that there could be some sort of a bill of quantity to source the contractor. The IDT, we're seeing progress in that area. That is actually that. I'm going to request, Chair, with your indulgence, to have my team commenting on some of the issues, providing answers, particularly legal services. And if the CFO, there's issues that we want to talk to also, let us talk to that. We're acknowledging the issue of the stagnant audit opinion. Hence, we've included in the pack our strategy, we call it a clean audit strategy, to ensure that we improve our audit opinion. If you look at how it's been missing it has always been minor things. It really shows that it is working, but not to the level we need. And then we are going to ensure that we become meticulous in trying to implement that particular strategy.
Maybe before you go to the legal, I think there is a follow-up question.
Chairperson,
from Honorable Smart.
thank you around me the two fingers, because Chairperson, for me it's very important to address this matter. Members of the executive and members that sits on the side of the House is held to the highest office, and we take oath before a judge. And it's to me either very important to hold the person in our courts, which is civil appeals, rescissions of judgments in high courts, appeals to the constitutional courts, and appeals from local courts, and all of those courts. These things are set, the dates of when a issue lapsed, clearly indicated by my learned colleague, 15 days, and then 60 days, and there's others for 20 days. But it's set in High Court rulings 49.1b, those dates, 49.2, 49.6, and 49.6 is the last one with the High Court on 60 days. Anybody has got a view to review. You can review as long as you want. But it gets struck off the roll if it passes these days. In my view, the case should have been closed, and it can be reopened by anyone when and if that person or the institution has got more information and reintroduced a new issue. MEC, I will ask you directly to use your office to try to clear this in line with the High Court rules, which I've made copies to, and I'm sorry I'm interjecting here, Chairperson, but there is much more in stake, because we live in a political environment, and there are people that likes to do political suicides to other colleagues, and I will not be part of a collective group that tries to disrupt another colleague's reputation for whatever it is. I made reference to the rules, it is there, and I will just leave it there. You don't have to write to the PP, you can just say the matter is closed. You can make reference to these rules, and they are at liberty to reopen whenever they want to go, and the legal persons can go and say, if they want to say something. But Chairperson, I think I needed to say this. Thank you.
Chair, I think my GME partner is correct.
But you're not noticed, Honorable Imabush. Thank you. We said clearly that if we want to talk, we must raise hands unless if I just want to straight it's fine, but and I think it's well captured. I don't think that it needs a response. I think it's very clear. Yeah, okay, we can continue.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Machana, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. I will just proceed, Chair. We're taking the advice, and I'll just proceed. There was a question on the recurring answers in both two reports. If you look at the same answers are coming from the same resolution, the answer will be the same, and there will be progress, so that we want to ensure that the matter is tracked all the way. But below the same answer from the previous year will then provide an update as to how far have we gone ever since we've reported for 22-23 and now 2024. That is actually why the answers look the same. It's the same matters. The issue of the public protector, if you look at it, it will be coming many a times. The issue of the intersite and intermodal facilities, that's why the answers almost look like they're the same. But if there is progress, we then add it in there. There was an issue around lifestyle audit, and this one I'm giving it to Mr. Mtebule to answer. Mr. Mangani, you will then talk to issues within your program. In the main, Chairperson, with your indulgence, may I pass the token to them?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Jabun Tebule, Director responsible for Human Resource Management. Yeah, with regard to lifestyle audit, yeah, indeed, we have done a benchmark after the initial specification was set to be adequate for us to proceed. So we did a benchmark with the Department of Home Affairs, who have done, who are in the process of doing their lifestyle audit for members of the Border Management Authority. So we have submitted the new specification to our supply chain management unit, and they seem to be happy that it has been strengthened as they had advised. So hopefully the process will move forward without glitches this time around. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Paul Mandai, Chief Director for Transport Operations in the department. There was a question from Honorable Mbumbuluni as to what is the status of the signed intergovernmental agreements with municipalities. I should perhaps indicate that the IGAAs were signed in order for the provincial department to continue performing a function which municipalities have been failing to do since the introduction of the National Land Transport Act in 2009. When the new act was introduced, it meant the contracting authority function rested with municipalities, and therefore they were expected to conclude new subsidy contracts. But that did not happen owing to a number of challenges, part of it being the capacity that has not been there within municipalities. So the Intergovernmental Authorization Agreement signed authorizes the provincial department to continue performing that function for the period agreed. All the 5 district municipalities have signed the IGAA. The last one was with Skukune, district municipality, signed in May 2024. the district municipalities are part of the Public Transport Integration Committee, which brings together National Department of Transport, the Provincial Department, Treasury, and COGSTA, as well as the 5 district municipalities in integrating plans for the provision of public transport in the province. Currently, the municipalities are part of designing the service contracts, which are being concluded with the intention of implementing them from the 1st of April going forward. I should also indicate that out of the 5 district municipalities, others have signed for 5 years, others for 7 years, meaning that the department will continue to do that role for the 5 years, and should the municipality develop the necessary requisite capacity, that function will then be taken over. So the IGAAs are in place, and they are still very active, with the active involvement of all the district municipalities in ensuring that the transport plans are that widely integrated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Edzimunyai. I am going to respond a few things in relation to the legal division. We take note and we appreciate that indeed we should write off issues relating to the public protector, and we'll also notify them, and we take it and we appreciate that. The issue of reducing the amounts 1 to 0 to 0 rent, and the amount, you realize that when we impound, say taxis, it means you were operating on a wrong route. And we are sure, and we have evidence, that you were operating on a wrong route. And we don't have to put any amount, because we know that we are going to defend it. If we put that amount, it's like we are confirming that indeed we were wrong. Hence we put a 0 amount. That is the reduction that we indicated. Sometimes you find a taxi is impounded. Perhaps there, when we say a taxi is operating and is performing, we will do the research. You go to the authority under which that taxi is operating. You take the highest profit for any day in any year, and you times it by a day, the days that a person is claiming, and you don't even come too close to what they are claiming. They are very high. Hence we say we will be able to convince the court to say the person who is claiming is just sucking, and we are going to prove that there is no way that you can make that amount in a given period. That's why we reduce that amount. Case numbers, my HOD has dealt with it already. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Masiru Stephen Majana, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, there was a question of the rationale for written warnings in most cases, and I'm still employed to legal to talk to the issue of why only written warnings, and they seem to be constant, and the worry is that this stays in the file for only 6 months and then it gets removed.
Thank you, Chair. Once more, my name is Edzimunyai. In relation to the written warnings, where there is irregular expenditure, sometimes we are guided here, if it's the SMS member, we are guided by chapter 7 of the SMS handbook. If it's a level 1 to 12, we are guided also But now, what we are indicating is that when we give a written warning on the irregular expenditure, you will realize that the expenditure that was there was necessary and it met the requirements of, or it assisted. And now, the only issue is that perhaps one element was overlooked by a person who was implementing. Hence you give the written warning. And if it graduates, it will be a final written warning or 1 month suspension or going forward up to dismissal. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe a follow-up on the last answer that was given. To say is saying fine, warnings, dismissal, and all. Is giving. In fact, what I raised that we want to see fines, we want to see warnings, we want to see suspensions, but we don't see those things that we're talking about. We only see written warnings. That is what we are saying. For example, if you go to page 9, there is under question, I think this one is still under question 2. No, I'll come back to it because it's under question 2, but one official has done 2 misconducts. Firstly was given written warning, secondly was given written warning. So that is why I'm saying maybe let's just conclude it by saying let's implement what the grievance procedure and the guidance in terms of dealing with the type of misconducts that are there, because obviously they're not the same. Like is saying that sometimes the offense will warrant warning, the other one will just warrant something else. So, but let them be indicated in the reporting. Because of the serious nature of this misconduct, we are implementing this type of a sanction. Yeah, maybe I'll come back to you. Mabuja raised a hand.
Yeah.
Before you.
Thanks, Chair. I don't think my questions were done justice to my special leader. Look, Chair, I was asking, I actually gave 2 examples that this amount, there are summons set against the department to the tune of 7.8 million. The matter is still in court. The department is saying that its assessed rate is going to be 0.0. But one thing for sure is that the department already is going to incur costs, legal costs. So I just want to understand the rationale of the 0, as if like the department is not going to spend a single cent. And then number 2, I asked because in other portfolios where I said, I know the department was forthright with us to say that, look, we've got a problem with, what's this, attorney, state attorney. We are getting default judgments every day. So now, I just wanted to get it from first end from the department or Bona, are they sorted? And then maybe it can justify this 0 because if there are things with state attorney are proper, then maybe that's how they can give us this answer. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe let's take on Honorable Mapolo so that we deal with them.
No, thank you very much. I'm Lawrence Mapolo, member of Scopa. Mine is related to the applicable legal regime for disciplinary processes. And when I look at your actions, and I've said it in the briefing, you speak of SMS handbook. Unfortunately, I don't have it here, unless you have it, Chairperson. And always when there's a sanction, you relate it. Only what we have here is this, and the regulations. And when I look at your SMS, or throw it out of the window, the reason you see irregular expenditure every single year is because they know you SMS and book. Bye-bye. Now that thing must stop. From your legal section, you must be guided by this and the regulation. Nothing else, because our monies are gone. Nobody's paid. Now I'm requesting that you go and strengthen that area. This SMS handbook, I think they've been made for friends internally. And money has been spent. Now, I'm requesting that with us, we don't know what is SMS handbook. We must deal with the act and also the regulations. And I think more emphasis, much as the chairperson of the committee indicated that she's very comfortable, we are not at all. You see, quality assurance and due diligence, especially the unit which is there, guys show competence. Some of us, we didn't go to school, but when we open only, you can see what please go and improve. I'm not going to say you are doing good, you're not doing good, that's not 90%. Especially with the package of information. Your information must be, user-friendly. People, when you open, it refers to from the onset. You can read your information. But mine was to say, go back and deal with this applicable legal regime for disciplinary processes, so that you shouldn't incur a lot of irregular expenditures. Also, look at the seniority of that position of that person. Here you are, your written warning of somebody who has spent 10 years in the department, the whole director. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Honorable Nempumuruni Tambelini Colbert. I just want to have respond on the last bullet here on the report of Pando tax rank. You correctly established the task team, and the main objective of that task team on the last bullet, they are departmental representatives. And for that, I commend you that you have done a good job since you take the job. But it is unfair that when you appear before this committee, HOD, you said you transfer that to the Department of Public Works. But in the that task team, the department has a representative, and they ought to give the report on the monthly basis. And to say that that is an envisaged date on the March 2025, and you are not sure whether the beneficiary will be able to utilize that facility, for me, it's unfair. That person who represented the department should write a report, and when you appear before this committee, and we must get the status quo as for now, whether in March it will be possible or not. Because you see, when we go to the Department of Public Works, they complain that the implementing departments, they are there, the implementing departments, they are taking long and so on. But in this one, it's just your baby, because it will be on your department. So my input will be, can you just check properly on the current one? And lastly, on the intergovernmental relations, yes, indeed they have signed the agreement, but I just want to take an example or an experience when a certain service is transferred from one department to the other. We have the water affairs transferring employees from the Department of Water and Sanitation to the district municipality. It took more than 20 years to be completed. And when the district signed the intergovernmental relations, some signed in 2022, only few years now have left because they transferred that responsibility to the department. By the way, by the looking of the things and the capacity building to the district municipalities representatives, are we 100% sure, or after 5 years, you will be able, as the department, to transfer that function to the district municipalities, or it will be like water affairs and the district municipalities? My input will be that if maybe this capacity building can be fast-tracked so that that function have to be transferred to the district municipalities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. MEC?
Thanks, Chairperson, and let me take it to, my name is Matia Susan Violet, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me take it back to the HOD to make some follow-up inputs on your follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Machana, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Just to substantiate on the issue of the department assessing an amount from maybe 7 million to 0. This chairperson is purely based on the evidence we have that shows that the claimant has no case. And based on that, that's why we put it at 0. And it's not what we are going to spend to defend. We're simply saying, here's a claimant who claims 5 million. We look at the merits of his or her claim, and then we're thinking they will not win the case. That is why we are putting it at 0. A typical example would be of a taxi that is impounded because it was operating without a permit. When the owner of the taxi finally releases it after paying an amount for impoundment, they then claim loss of business. And when we look at our evidence to say where he was arrested and that he does not have a permit, we believe in front of the court we will be able to say, indeed, the claimant should not get anything because we were right, supported by legislation to impound that particular tax. In areas where a situation prevails that there were mistakes perhaps during the process, then the claimant starts to say, I need to claim for this amount. We then look at, I'll give an example again. We would impound a taxi. During its release, you find the owner says the windscreen has a problem and it did not have it coming here. And then then we look at the price, for example, of that windscreen or how much it would cost to repair. Then that's where we reduce the amount to that. I'm just giving examples of why we say we then look at those facts. Another issue is to say if they claim loss of business, in an event that we see there were mistakes done, we then look at where he is operating, and then we do comparative analysis of how much money would he have accumulated for that period. That is the money, that is the amount that we put there in front of our courts. Obviously, when we defend, there will be a cost that we're going to incur as the department. And as the department, if we don't defend and just settle claims, the precedence is then we'll have a flood of claims, those that are taking chances. And perhaps some of them that are taking long here are because a claimant would have been taking a chance to say, let me see when they realize we're defending, they then backtrack, and then that's where now matters are taking too long to finalize. And we've discussed this with the department that we'll go to the state attorney and we'll then go and check and request that these matters be closed. Obviously, legal services will know better on how to deal with that. I am going to allow the CFO to talk to contingent liabilities, and that Mangani also will talk to issues of around capacity at the municipal level in terms of what we're doing.
Thank you, HOD. I'm Bofemo Gute, CFO Transport and Community Safety. I think HOD has already covered me a lot on this one of contingent liabilities. So what I wanted to say is that in most cases, someone will just come and take a chance and come with a very huge claim. But in our records, we cannot just take that amount as it is. We need to assess. And then when we assess, we look at the merits of this case. We also look at the quotas and tariffs to say, in the previous instances, in a situation like this, did we end up paying anything? If we did, how much was it? And then those are the figures that we can say, if it comes to a push, or if we don't succeed, we may end up incurring this much cost. Because for the users, when we get this amount, for instance, the 7.8 million which they're claiming, if we're just going to take all these figures and put them in our books, whoever is reading that, I think is going to paint a very bad picture to say this department is actually going under, because when we look at the amounts that they're owing people out there, it's way out there. They cannot afford this. So what we do, we will then assess and make sure that the amount that we put there is the reasonable amount that we may end up paying if we lose the case. So HOD, I think, has already indicated that in some instances, looking at the merit, we indicate that here, no matter what, we won't lose this case, it's going to be a zero. So the other ones, like I said, we look at the quotas and the tariffs from the previous cases. That's where we'll then put such amounts. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Paul Mandai, Chief Director for Transport Operations. I agree there are challenges of capacity in various municipalities on transportation, particularly transport planning and transport operations management. The PTIC that I referred to, when it was appointed, the letters that went to municipalities were requesting for people who have the requisite experience in public transport or the educational training in transport planning, urban and regional planning, or engineering. Now, there are municipalities that were able to provide people with those skills. So it's easy to walk through because regardless of where the IGAA was signed, its effectiveness will only be when these contracts are introduced, which will be with effect from the 1st of April. So the 5 years or the 7 years will be counted from there. And what has been put in place is to ensure that there's joint management of these contracts so that in the process there is skills transference to the municipalities. But I must just indicate, if the municipality has appointed the next available official who has got no clue of transportation issues, neither have the educational background, the transfer of skills will quite take some time in that regard. So I think we are positive that the intention is to implement the National Land Transport Act in its entirety and not have only capacitated municipalities such as Fulukwane and only dealing with the bus rapid transit system for few kilometers between Sishego and town, but the entirety of the province left unattended. So the intention is to transfer those skills, but I think the municipalities will also have to come on board because where they do not have units, transport planning units or transportation planning units, they just grab the next available official to sit in the provincial committee, and that's where challenges are. Thank you.
Yeah, Thank you very much, and I hope we are all satisfied with question 1. I want to conclude question 1 by saying, because it is on resolutions, I'm going to deal with the way forward now, because it is with regards to the resolution. As the Scopa, we have resolved that we are going to have our meetings quarterly to trace resolutions, whereby we are expecting the departments to come up with their plans to implement these resolutions. For example, in 2022-2023, we have got House Resolution number 1 of 2014-2015, which we agree as the processes that was advised by members. But here there is a recommendation that the department must identify all the root causes of these legal claims, their nature, and develop a strategy to prevent and eliminate or clear them. Not necessarily this one only because it is in the court, but related claims that are there. So I think it's very critical that you develop that particular strategy. We want to see the strategy which will ensure that we are no longer having this occurrence of these cases. Then number 1 of 2015-2016 is also saying the department must identify all the root causes of this legal and then develop a strategy to eliminate. It's still the same plan or the same strategy that they're talking about, but talking to different cases, but all of them relate, they are in the courts. So it means that you must have a very strong strategy in the department to cap these issues of going to court because they have got financial implication. There is also number 2 of 2015 and 2016, whereby the committee recommends that the executive authority must speedy and conclude the investigations. So those investigations must be there and must. So what we are expecting when we are sitting in our quarterly meeting is to say, where are you in terms of this recommendation? Where is the progress report? And I'll appreciate a progress where you will say, for example, if it's a disciplinary hearing, it's not just disciplinary process. I've seen other reports where you say, what is the progress report? Disciplinary hearing, pending. That is not a report. A report will say, we have constituted a disciplinary committee, they have investigated, they have appeared, they are at this stage, we are waiting for the resolution. At least that will show that at least by the end of this year, we would have dealt with all these resolutions. We don't want to come next year and still do with the previous resolution. Of course, maybe there will be one that you have difficulty, but at least we'll see as you present in our meetings that the department has this difficulty, and we advise the House on how to assist you. I think that is the approach that we are going to take now on the previous resolution, so that when you come next year, we only deal with the resolution that 2022, 2023, 2024. So I think that is how I conclude this question. Is 1 o'clock. We're proposing that we go for lunch, and then when we come back, we start with question. I think 30 minutes will do, 40 or 45? 15. Then we get 30 minutes. No. Okay. Yeah, let's say 35. 35 minutes. Lunch. Until 22. enjoyed our lunch. And we are moving to question 2. And we request Honorable Mabuja to take us through.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Mabuja Thabo. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Scopa. And I will then deal with question 2 for both financial years. Question 2A. Why did the accounting officer allow the department to incur the irregular expenditure? B. Provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure. C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What action did the executing authority take against the accounting officer? E. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? F. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And then now I'll move on to 2023-2024. Page 8, ne? Question 2A. Why did the accounting officer incur the irregular expenditures? B. Provide a breakdown of what constituted the irregular expenditures. C. What action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? D. What action did the executing authority take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? E. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabuja. MEC, can you respond?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Matia Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me hand over to my HOD.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Machana, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thank you for the question, Chair. Question 2 on irregular expenditure. In terms of number A, on why did we incur the irregular expenditure? Chair, the department acknowledges the non-compliance that led to the irregular expenditure amounting to 12,408. This was due to non-compliance with Treasury Instruction Note number 8 of 2022-2023 that prescribes the maximum allowable rates for meals per person in respect of catering. That allowance was not complied with. And in terms of providing the breakdown of the regular expenditure, the table shows a breakdown of the regular expenditure balance of 1.892,216.66. The first one that occurred in 2019-2020 financial year, where there was a use of single quotation without approval, and the amount was 484,296. We have spoken to this in question 1. The second one that occurred in 2014-15 financial year relates to non-compliant tax supplier, and the amount was 145,950. The third one that occurred in the financial year 17-18, the incident was around the specification made reference to brand names when the procurement was taking place, and this was about 6,841. In the same year, 17-18, there was a use of single quotation without approval, 175,200. In the year 2019-20, there was a non-compliance with Public Service Act. Employment contract was extended without the minister's approval, and this amounted to 1,060,000. The sixth one that occurred in 1920 financial year, one quotation sourced after the first winning bidder had withdrawn the offer, and this was 7,252. The last one being that occurred in the same year, 1920, procurement of catering services for more than maximum allowable rate for meals of 100 rand per person, and this was amounting to 12,408. So in terms of who are the officials, we're breaking it down. Chairperson, the table below shows responsible officials for each case. For the first case that occurred in 1920, there was a use of single quotation without approval, and this matter was investigated by the PP. This is the matter that we've deliberated on, that it was taken to the PP, and there was an appeal, and the matter was set aside, and the committee had advised us on what to do next, just to ensure that we close this matter to finality. The second one that occurred in 2014-15, there was a non-compliant tax supplier, and the amount was 145,950, and the official responsible here, Mr. Mphatlele N, the former director SCM, and I think the Appendix 4 then outlines what took place in that regard. The number 3 to number 7, they're showing green there. The first one being specification made reference to brand names. The same official, the former director SCM, and Mr. Ntakeni from the college, the head of college. Appendix 6 now talks to the process of what transpired in that regard. The use of single quotation without approval. This one, no official was responsible. The amount was 175,200. This matter was occurred in 2017-18. It was investigated. It was a fraud matter that was taken on. This relates to a service provider who used to call himself Directory Services, and they masqueraded as a government department, advertising government departments and their services, and only later on it came out that it was not the case. In 1920, there was non-compliance with Public Service Act, employment contract extended. This matter also amounting to 1,060,000. The official responsible was Ms. Matonzi S, former director HR. This now relates to the matter that was recently, in terms of Appendix 7, the matter was finalized by the Office of the Premier. This matter happened in the former Community Safety Department, and the official was transferred to the Office of the Premier, and we reported the matter at the Office of the Premier. They took actions against the officials and gave us their verdict in this regard. In 1920, again, one quotation sourced after the first winning bidder withdrew his offer. The value was 7,252. The official was Ms. K. Malebana, the former Deputy Director SCM, and there was a consequence management that was actually meted to the official, and it is detailed in Appendix number 8. In the same year, 1920, procurement of catering service more than the maximum allowed or allowable with a value of 12,480. Here there was consequence management again. The responsible official was Ms. J. Mukwena, the district director, and Ms. F. Piri, the former deputy director of finance. Actions were taken against these two. The second official, before we could finalize, had transferred to Gauteng, but we had returned to the department in Gauteng. They took actions against the official and gave us the documentations as outlined there in Appendix number 9. Number D that says what actions did the EA take against the accounting officer. In our answering, Chairperson was saying the EA did not take actions against the accounting officer, as the accounting officer had taken actions against responsible officials as per the table below. If you look at number 1 up until number 7, on the single use of single quotation without approval, this one is that one that we need to close, then we'll be able to finalize it. It's for the public protector. The non-tax compliant supplier, the official, there was action taken against official Mr. Mphatlele N, and it's you can see that it's in Appendix 4. And number 3, on specification made that referenced, which is against CM prescripts. There was an action taken against the same official and the principal of the college. It's there in Appendix 6. On the use of single quotation, this is the one that we had taken it through the processes, and we found that there was no responsible official identified, as this service provider was actually defrauding many government departments, both at national and in the province. And the matter was investigated. It's still with it was investigated internally. There was no single official that was fingered at this level. On the non-compliance with Public Service Act, the official Matonzi S was given a warning letter by the Office of the Premier, and it is attached. One quotation sourced after the first winning bidder withdrew, K. Malabana, was actually taken to the consequence management, and it is attached in that regard. On procurement of catering services, using a maximum that is beyond the allowable rate, the 2 officials were given were taken through consequence management, and the Section 9 does indicate the issues. In terms of what action did the accounting officer take against the CFO, the accounting officer did not take actions against the CFO, as the accounting officer has in turn taken actions against responsible officials as per the table that I've been reading. In terms of the measures taken to prevent the recurrence, the department developed and implemented procedure manuals, standard operating procedures, and checklists to prevent recurrence of the errors, non-compliance, and the department has not incurred further irregular expenditure from that. I think that is that. Let me jump to the same question under 2022 and 24. Chair, under 2024, we're dealing with our answering says irregular expenditure of 12,420 was incurred due to the non-compliance with the treasury note setting maximum allowance rate for catering. Supply chain officials processed a purchase order at a rate above the allowance. It's the same matter that is repeating, but if you look at 2024, then you see that most of our issues had reduced. We're just dealing with 12,420. In terms of the breakdown, if we do cumulative now, the table shows an irregular expenditure of 643,000. The first one being the use of single quotation. That's the matter with the public protector. Awarding of a tax non-compliant supply during 2017-18, and procurement of catering using the amount that is allowable. In this case, it was 100 rands per plate per person. And in terms of what did the EA, what actions did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? The EA did not take actions against the accounting officer, since there are no instances where the accounting officer has been found responsible for the expenditure incurred. On D, what actions did the EA take against the CFO? The executive authority did not take actions against the CFO, since there are no instances where the CFO was found responsible for the expenditure incurred. So we've put a table there just to indicate what happened to the cases. If you look at it, it's mostly repetition because the issue with the public protector is still dragging with us. Suffice to say that we now know what we're going to do as per the advice. The second one was 145. The matter was investigated and sanction was issued to the official. The third one of 12,420. Also, the matter was investigated and confirmed to be regular expenditure. The matter was further referred to fraud unit to determine the root causes of the recurrence. You can see Appendix 8. With this one, we've referred it to fraud unit because it is common practice that with catering, the amounts are set, they're preset, and if you are a CM practitioner, it's very much improbable that you can miss that. So that's why we said, perhaps let's understand the root cause. Could it be that they need training? Could it be that what could have been the issue there to miss something that is so obvious? In terms of question number E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? In the main, consequence management was effected on responsible officials, and retraining was provided. We have actually provided an Appendix 13 for training conducted. Normally, every financial year at the beginning, in April, all our SCM officials are trained on SCM and related processes. So we made sure that we do this again. And then one case was referred to fraud unit to establish the root cause. This is the last case where we're saying it's very improbable that you just go beyond 100 rands when you are a seasoned SCM practitioner. But also on the second hand, we said let's retrain them so that we don't have to face the same issue again. So in terms of the submission of my answers, this is the swear end now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was still struggling to check the report from 2022 and 2023. Maybe you can assist me on page 9B of 2024, 2023, 2024, and on page 7, 2022, 2023. There is the same amount here, 484,296, and the 145,145. They are appearing in both financial years. So when I check the action taken, the matter was investigated and sanction was issued to the official involved. This is 2023, 2024. And in 2022, 2023, I'm just trying to locate it. Maybe let me check. I want to check where there is a sanction. Yeah. Written warning letter, Appendix 4, and here there is a sanction annexure 5. So is it the same thing? Maybe if I can be assisted on that before I ask any question. Or is me who is confused? Can I be assisted? On 2022-2023 is page 7. B. Yes. Number 2. And then on 2023-2024 is page 9. Number 2.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. My name is Masilo Stephen Majena, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, if you look at it, it is the same case, same matter, especially in 23-24, number 1 and number 2 is the same matter. The one for the public protector, the second one is where the official was actually handed a warning letter. It is the same matter. It's non-compliance with tax. Yes. This is the matter that happened in 2017-18. It is the same one.
Okay, maybe a follow-up question would be, was it resolved in the year 2020-2023, or was it a resolved 2023-2024?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Masilu Stephen Machena. The matter is not yet finally resolved and closed. Once we reach that stage, we are going to ensure that it is removed from the... Yes, it is removed here. If you look at it, Chair, it is in two parts. The issue of consequence management arrived at a position where there is a written warning. The second part of it is the loss that the department is pursuing just to recover it. So until it is recovered, then when we recover it, will then close this matter. But as it is, the process is underway to recover the amount.
Okay, no, I'm clarified. I'm clarified now. Thank you. The other thing is the issue of the written warnings that I've raised earlier, and I was even giving example on number 8, 3 and 4, 2 and 3, sorry, 2 and 3, whereby Mphahlele was given a written warning 2014-2015, again 2017 and 2018. There was also an issue and was given another a written warning. And on page 9, on number 5, there is an amount of 1 million where a written warning was given. You explained that it was dealt with in the Office of the Premier with given report. Maybe that is why there is this discrepancy, because I'm saying at number 6 there is an amount of 7,200 and something also given a written warning. So somebody did not comply with 1 million, and the other one used one quotation, 7,000 and something. They are all given the same sanction. That is the issue that I raised with regards to the issue of handling a misconduct. That it looks like you are just painting everybody with the same brush. As long as there is a misconduct, you just write a written warning. Then we know that after six months it expires. We'll do another one, written warning. So maybe there must be a way you deal with this issue so that the sanction must be equal to the offense. And maybe it can be done by revisiting your guidelines in terms of the law, in terms of grievance procedures and the sanctions and misconduct, whether they're serious or less serious or very serious. I think it can guide you. But I'm going to give honorable members here to ask questions. Yeah, maybe Honorable Mapoulo, Honorable Mavuja, and Honorable Speaker, in that order.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Lawrence Mapoulo, member of Scopa. The first one that I just need clarity. You see, the office of the minister is one of the highest office body in the country. And when that office issues directives, and those directives are not observed by a subordinate, understand on this case, especially she referred to the chairperson of Ms. Matons. And the sanction that is applied, if you feel the MEC issued a directive to the HOD and the HOD doesn't observe, what sanction do you think we can issue on that misconduct? Another one. How many cases of alleged irregularity or irregular expenditure that constitute a criminal offense or theft or fraud that were found in the department? Can you be able to isolate all those cases and say these are the cases that are supposed to be tagged as criminal offenses? And the last one, when I look at section 83 of PFMA, from 1 until 4, I don't know as to whether the department have made it sure that in every misconduct they borrow a leaf from this piece of legislation. And I can't tell you, you know it better than me, including treasurer. The reason why earlier I said I'm worried about this SMS, and I think practically she said it. Now those are things that when you go back, you must go and correct. We know you might say it's not your fault, but currently it's your fault, and you need to correct that. Now, I think I'll pause there especially to say a liability for the irregular expenditure can be attributed to a person or a body. All the things that were not properly handled and the money not recouped, you are going to pay, including the MEC. And some of us from sitting quarters are going to push for that. And if you are not going to observe this, you are going to do it. If these are not going to, someone out there will do it and will go and pay. Now, therefore, I'm saying, let's subscribe not to self-made policies that prevent us to deal with corruption. Let us please deal with, even if you are coming up with internal policy, your policy, please, must be, within the framework of the Act and the regulation. But this one, especially about the outcome of sanctions, it tells you that something was not done correctly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mabuchi.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I have only one question. It's in relation to also what you have touched on the issue of written warnings. Chair, maybe just to be specific, I think it's page 8. Page 8 of on answer number C. Yeah, answer C. Now, there's this number 6, 1920-036. One quotation source after the winning what, and then the amount 7252. Okay, Chair, in this case, what happened was that I think this person seeked for a quotation, and then this person was disciplined. Nah? After the discipline, this person appealed, and then after the appeal was rejected. Now, I'm struggling to establish where this 7252 comes from, because the amounts that are referred to in the written warning, it's 74,370 and 97,949, and then this person was so aggrieved, he or she appealed, and then after appealing, it is said that the department, it said that without approval in 2018-19 financial year, which led to the department incurring a regular expenditure of 74,370. That includes a financial loss of 7,250. And then finally, I have decided to confirm the return warning. So now, if you listen to this, it says 74,370, including a financial loss. So, Chair, I don't know what informs the 7.2 only, because it says it's inclusive of the 74,000. So if maybe this mathematics or accounting can just be taken to a level so that we're able to be on the same footing as the department. But it doesn't make sense to me. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker.
Chairperson, yes. Something is just worrying me from an administrative point of view. When I look at your explanations of officials responsible, it is correct that Ms. Malebane was the former Director of Supply Chain Management. Is that correct? Why would the MEC sign the disciplinary note, your warning, the appeal? Why not the HOD? Why not the next line? I've got others, but I'm just trying to understand here where's the blur, because the MEC direct line is with the HOD. Why are we jumping that action? Chairperson, I want us just to stand here. I don't want to go on to my other questions and distort what I want to ask. I just want a proper explanation there.
You'll come up with a follow-up later.
I've got other issues, but this is for me far more critical than trying to understand why.
Maybe let's allow the HOD to deal with that so that we're able to proceed with other questions. That's the clarity.
I'm Matisse San Violet, MAC for Transport and Community Safety. Allow me, Chairperson, to hand over to the HOD to deal with the questions as posed by members.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Majan, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Specifically on the issue of Malebane K, she was a deputy director, acting as a director of SCM at the time. And the warning would be signed by the HOD. Then she appealed the matter. And the appeal body at that level, she appeals at the level of the MEC, the executive authority. That is why you see where the MEC would have signed is the verdict from the appeal, and then internally the warning would be signed off by the HOD. And most of the time we look at the warning, but it also follows the recovery of the loss. It is not only the warning, it is a warning and the recovery of what was lost, which comes to the issue to say what informs the 12,000 252. Chair, if you look at it, the value of the transaction would have been 74,370. Upon investigation, we then realized if proper processes were followed, it would have been slightly lower. Then the difference becomes the 7,000, which is what needs to be recovered. Most of our warning letters are followed by recovery processes in areas where investigation does reveal that the department suffered a loss. There are cases where you don't see a loss, but you see that there were transgressions in terms of policies, then the warning does not have a recovery of a loss because it would not have been there. When it comes to the issue of the why so many warnings and sanctions, normally the department would set up a disciplinary committee that deals with that, with the chairperson, and will allow it to run independently. And they look at the merits. If it's a first offender, they'll normally then bring the sanction, the sanction on the table. That's when we start to implement. It is not the HOD who decides on the return warning, but the recovery we do. If the investigations themselves are saying there should be a recovery.
And maybe we'll come to the follow-ups. I just wanted the HOD to respond to that clarity of Honorable Smart so that he finishes his questions. Then we'll come later for the follow-ups.
Okay, so
You can
can I
continue.
now just proceed with my
Yeah.
question?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in the past when a disciplinary sanction was done, there's normally from your risk officer inside, there's also an internal investigation that takes place from your legal, what do you call it, your CRO or CRO office,
Yes.
or CRO office. What I don't see here, Chairperson, and this is because I don't know what the recommendations of the CRO is. We have found sometimes either this certain department CRO officers make strong arguments or strong recommendations for sanctions, which must be held accountable, or which must be approved by the HOD or accepted by the HOD. And sometimes the HOD doesn't. Sometimes those CRO recommendations after the internal investigations are so weak, it's not even worth a piece of paper that it's written on, depending on the sanction on it. Chairperson, I would ask that in the case of these ones, that one gets to see the CRO you know, what was the internal recommendation? Was it that type of sanction, you know, to take that, you know, recommending that type of sanction or not? You are making reference to first offenders and stuff, and I've seen other offenders that were first offenders in the first question that only get the written questions but don't get more or less the same sanctions. I just want to try to see, are we comparing apples within the department? The second one is your use of a single quotation on bullet number 4, DTCS 2017-18, and you say no official accountable. It's impossible to say that there's no official accountable. Someone applies and someone approves. It can't just come out of thin air. Chairperson, I can't accept that officials responsible that there is no one. Otherwise, we must write the accounting officer's name there, and the HOD must take accountable, because it cannot be that there is none on that regard. On that, Chairperson, on the appointment of or the renewing of a HR contract. Which talks to expenditures. I just want to get to 8. I'm trying to see, no, it's not 8, sorry, it's expenditure 7. You give a written warning. Actually, I don't think it fits the crime. Imagine someone employs anyone in the department and gets a written warning. Regardless of the money, let's leave the money. Let's leave if the person is in there. Even your position tomorrow. I mean, it's a serious sanction. I can appoint chief of traffic tomorrow. no approval, no nothing. Sharp, fine. I like her, she does a good job. But is it right? It's not right. There's a procedure in all of those things. And it talks to what some of the members says about how we give warnings and how we institute, and that is what I'm just asking. Jefferson, I honestly think MEC, it is that sanction cannot stand and should not stand. It's too soft. I would have thought that you would have put the person on suspension, at least 30-day pay. Yeah, I don't know what to say, but I mean there are people here on my right hand side that maybe come from government, that work in government, even yourself. Just imagine we've got the authority to appoint. So I'm just it is a concern, and I don't know if it's possible to revisit, but then otherwise the HUD has got to take accountability, MEC, and then it has got to lay on the HUD's head, and then you have got to have a conversation with the HUD separate to that discussion. That's those are the things that I just picked up, and I think it is concerning.
Yeah, Honorable Mabuja and Polo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I don't think the HOD responded to my question. Because, Chair, maybe HOD, if we can start on page 8 of Annexure A. In the table, it's number 6. This matter, Malabar. It says the amount. I don't know what this amount is for, but it just says amount. 7252.00. Ne? And then, if we can go to appendix number 8. Appendix number 8. On the warning letter, it talks of, the warning letter speaks of 2 amounts. There's 74, there's 97. Ne? I think these are the amounts that led the department to be under this irregularity. Ne? This person appealed. After appealing, there was a decision that was taken, and part of the verdict was that this person led the department into incurring an irregular expenditure of 74,000, which includes, so this amount is inclusive of the 7.2501. So I need to understand what's happening with these 2 amounts. This 74 and this 7.2. So the irregular was 74, but it had an amount of 7.2. I don't understand. But then, lastly, Chair, this person was acting. This person is the authority. When a person acts in a department, what happens? Do you give him a letter, or it's just a verbal instruction? And then lastly, is that when the department is confronted with such cases of ill discipline, does it have a committee? I heard you speaking about the MEC's appeals committee. Is there a committee, or is just the MEC there taking a decision based on what is presented to her, or there's a committee that is duly constituted to deal with such matters, as well as that committee of the HOD? Is there a disciplinary committee that deals with these matters. And then lastly, is that I think that some of the sanctions that the department comes up with, they are too soft. And you know, in as much as we are not saying that the department must be punitive, but we want the department to, if not there's a transgression, at least it's softening or no, you didn't go and collect the invoice from ESCOM. As a result, the department suffered a financial loss, you know. But they just give me a warning, and then I will wait for 6 months, then go back, this warning is no longer applicable, go back, hire someone again, get another warning, and then nothing happens. So I think warning alone is not sufficient, but it must be treated on a case by case. If this person is a habitual offender, there must be something that is done to this person, because you know, Zura, you're just going to be limited to just the warning, and then, yeah. Thanks, Chair.
But, Honorable Nempumbuloni.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbuloni Tambeleni Colbert, the member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Just want to make the input after all these anomalies and going there. In page 10 on question 2E, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurring of this anomaly? And you refer to annexure 13 as in TU, but it is in VW, the last one. The correspondence on the, the retraining of the bid committee members. MSC, when we come to the portfolio of evidence, I'm seeing only the email here. And if indeed the retraining of the bid committee has taken place, I'm supposed to see the attendance register and therefore the report on the retraining of the bid committees and also the topics covered. I'm not convinced when I look at the portfolio of evidence when I only see the email. In between, the meeting might be, or the training might be cancelled. But the portfolio of evidence, I must see the attendance register and also the report that indeed it has taken place. But I only see the communication here, but not the training itself, who attended the training, what topics are covered. It's just an input that next time, let's see the attendance register, let's see the topic covered to ensure that indeed the retraining has taken place. That's just an input for future sake.
Yeah, still on number 10, on F, what measures? That the answer is indicating that the department has developed and implemented procedure manual, and it is not attached, like he's saying, we don't have evidence that this was just a decision or the manual is there, which will help us to track this in the next financial year when we are doing the oversight. But the other thing, MEC, on question 9 of the 2023-2024, question 2C, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? The executive authority did not take action against the accounting officer since there was no instance where accounting officer has been found responsible for the expenditure incurred. Kaspedi bare homo kamo gobengi wetsa ke namane. According to my understanding, the HOD is responsible for everything and anything in the department, even which is committed by the last official. And that is why they are saying the HOD is the accounting officer. So why should the MEC take action against the HOD? The MEC will take the action against HOD if the HOD has not taken action against any official. So if I'm working at the department and I'm a receptionist, all what I'm doing in your name, and you are responsible for my actions. That is what accounting is all about. So this reason, and it's not only in this question, I'm just addressing it because I've seen it somewhere, that the HOD account, that is why a HOD must see that the director generals are doing their work. The directors must also see that the deputy directors, up until the last person. So if at any stage there is a gap, the HOD must take action. And then if you don't take action, HOD, the MEC must take action against you for not acting. So there's no way you can say, like I'm saying, you are also going to get in. You can't say, no, I've not decided to move in that direction, but you should have set measures in place so that such things should not happen. I just wanted to clarify it and say such answers that it is not his responsibility are not accepted because he's accounting on everything. Thank you. You can respond. I think there are a lot of follow-up questions from the members.
Thank you. My name is Masilo Stephen Machana, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, let me start with the two figures, the two issues that the member raised there around the issue with Malevana around the two figures. The 74 is what would have been the amount of the transaction. Then, because the investigation revealed that indeed there was wrongdoing, then when they revealed that in terms of the prescripts, that gives us a threshold, then there will be calculations of what would have been the amount for that transaction when prescripts are followed. Then we take what should have been plus and against what has been utilized. The difference becomes a loss. That is the 7,252. That is the loss that over and above the warning, there is a loss that the department looked at in terms of recovery from the same official. Now, the second figure, while it is an irregularity, there was no loss incurred by the department. It is as if we were an official was supposed to procure a certain maybe this bottle. They miss certain processes, but the price remains. When you look at it, it would not have made there was no difference. Once there's a difference, we determine the loss, then we recover it. That is actually, it has always been the process in the department. The issue of 1 million where an official was found extending a contract, and as the department, all what we could do was to write to the office of the Premier to say they must take actions against the officials as she is now working there. All what we could receive was that. As it is, we look at the amount the official worked, and we look at what Office of the Premier came out with, and we unfortunately we had nothing to do with it in terms of their internal processes. All what we did was, an official who was here is now with you. We request that you take actions, and this is the case. and they dealt with the case internally at OTP and only given us a sanction. On the issue of retraining, we acknowledge that we actually battled to get the register, because these are trainings that are done centrally. We could not, we discussed about it to say maybe we should have maybe had our own register that circulated, but it was an online training that was actually conducted. And going forward, we'll also look for issues such as the content of what the course was all about. We do know that again in April this year it will come. Our teams will be subjected to that in relation to that particular issue. If you look at sanction and appendix number 7 in relation to the HR matter, where an official hired extended the contract. In the report coming from also the Premier, especially paragraph 4.2, they then indicate how they have arrived at that. But all what we could do was to consume what they had actually given us as the department chairperson. They were very clear in terms of how they arrived at that particular sanction, saying the appropriateness of the sanction was canvassed in our courts. And then they start to put case law around that. When they put case law, then they concluded all what we did was to receive the documents and acknowledge that they took actions. It's the same with the official who went to Gauteng. They processed the disciplinary hearings, they gave us the reports. I think that is actually where we are in terms of those particular matters. On softer sanctions, I would like to invite just our legal team just to maybe talk to it in terms of that, because primarily there's a concern to say we're only giving warnings. But I do know of cases where an official would have been some were demoted. In other cases, some were had to be at home for 3 months without pay. Those sanctions, we do have them. Suffice to say that they were not part of these questionings, but we do have such sanctions that are very harsh. And to an extent that you see there are a lot of appeals also. But maybe if legal services can talk to that, then just to amplify on the issue of the softer sanctions that we have.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Edzimunyai. Yeah, in terms of sanctions, indeed, maybe let me further elaborate on the case 1 million. Indeed, what the HOD indicated, once, in terms of the Public Service Act, if an employee is now transferred or now hired by another department, and when a case appears, we must notify the receiving department to deal with the case, and we, when it be, we go and give testimony. So they appointed a chairperson, initiated there, and the chairperson come out with a sanction. And we cannot review it because we are not that department. That's how it comes about. Indeed, we are having a lot of sanctions where we are having even dismissals. We have 3 month suspensions. We have 1 month suspension from work without salary. And those cases are there. If need be, they can be available. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that concludes the question 1, but safe to say, indeed, that concern must be noted. Maybe the other sanctions, they are concerning other type of misconducts other than finance related, because now we are dealing with finance related misconduct. That is when we are saying we are worried. And what worries us most is where there is a non-compliance. Non-compliance is deliberate because PFMA is there and other treasury regulations and your own regulations within the department. So if somebody just try to or decide to do something contrary to what the policy is saying, is deliberate and is tantamount to corruption. So what we are saying is, as the department, go and tighten that area, and we think that we can be fine. So we're going to request Honorable Smupela to take us to question number 3.
I have a proposal in the interest of time. Chair, my name is Thabo Mabotja. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, I'm making a proposal that at least we are left with, I think it's 4 questions. So I'm making a proposal that Honorable Sobapela just claps 2 questions together, question 3 and 4. And then the following member also takes 2 questions so that we move at a supersonic pace whilst doing justice to the questions. It's a proposal.
Yeah, that proposal is dismissed because remember when we started this hearing we agreed on how we're going to approach. So we can open another debate on the approach now. Besides, especially that you started to say in the interest of time, we never had a time frame of what time we should finish this meeting. So let's just do justice like you said. So Honorable Scopa, can you take us through number 3?
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Scopa, member of Scopa. Question 3 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The Executive Authority, on paragraph 153 of the annual report, the department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year amounting to 57,000. Cumulative irregular expenditure as at 31st March 2023 amounts to 226,000. A. Provide a breakdown of the fruitless expenditure. B. Who are the responsible officials? C. What action did the Executive Authority take against the accounting officer? D. What action did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and the other responsible officials? E. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Question 3, 2023-2024 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The Executive Authority on page 145 of the annual report, the department incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditures of about 115,000. Reconciliation of fruitless and wasteful expenditure note reported a closing balance of 287,000 on the 31st of March 2024. Question A. Why did the accounting officer incur the fruitless and wasteful expenditures? B. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was recovered? C. Provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditures. D. Who are the responsible officials? E. What action did the Executive Authority take against the accounting officer? F. What action did the executing authority take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? G. Which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly?
Thank you very much. MEC?
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm Matem Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me hand over to HR.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Majana, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, thanks for the question. In terms of the providing the breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, from number 1 to number 37, which are now amounts to 225, we've broken it down in this manner. The first one, the incident was the interest charged by the West Bank, which was 16,069 rands. The second one was interest overdue account municipalities. The third and the fourth, these are interest charged by the municipalities. 5 and 6, it was a no-show fee accommodation amounting to 5.6 and 8.8 respectively. Then 7 was settlement of for claim against the department due to officials' negligence. 8 is potential loss resulting in SCM process, splitting of catering service provider, service provider for 18,000. The other ones from 9, 10, 9 is an interest on overdue account telecom. 10 and 11 is the municipalities with interest. And then number 12 is still again interest charged in municipalities, telecom and ESCOM and ABSA. Then we go to 13, interest overdue account, which is ESCOM. All of them up until 23, Chair, is interest that were charged on overdue account. It's ESCOM and the municipalities. And as I proceed from 24 to 37 again, it was interest charged from telecom, the post office overdue account interest charged there, municipality late renewal of motor vehicle license, interest on overdue account, all of them, Chairperson, these are interests that the department incurred over that period. And then in terms of who's responsible, there are other instances where fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred, and officials responsible were identified and debt created, and officials are paying on a monthly basis. If I look at the table below indicates there are other instances where fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred. However, investigation revealed that there are no officials responsible for the cost, and such cases have been written off. But if you look at the table, it shows the first one on West Bank, no official was responsible, it was written off. On the municipalities, the 574 to be recovered from municipality, and 132 was written off in 2017-18. The balance is still under investigation. The second 2 from the municipalities, they're under investigations. This is now where we also look into the issues of how they reconcile their books there. And 5 and 6 on no-show fee for accommodation, it does not meet the definition of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The first one, the number 6, 8.856, the official responsible has actually passed on while we were looking at the case. Some of them with the no-show fee, you find Chairperson, we book an official to maybe attend whatever commitment that is official. Then prior to them leaving, then it gets either cancelled or the official gets to be recalled by for reasons that are very pressing. So when you look at the investigations, that's where we arrive at decisions like this. And some agencies would then have paid, and then there are challenges in that regard. Number 7, settlement for claim against the department due to officials' negligence. It's 50,000. It's under investigation. The potential loss resulting in SCM process, splitting of catering services. A debt has been created. You look at Appendix 10. The amount of the debt is 18.5 thousand. The interest on overdue account, no responsible official was found. The 5.4 was written off after investigations. The 5 rand and 83 to be reversed by municipality due to the late or non-reconciliation of municipal accounts. The balance is still to be determined as the investigations are proceeding there. And on the interest overdue account, municipality again, no responsible official was found. The 1,061 was written off in 2022-2023 financial year. The balance is still being looked at. On the municipality again, no responsible official was found. 863 was written off. The balance is still being looked at. On Telkom, Eskom and ABSA, there was a 4.192. No official was responsible. 2.179 was written off in 23-24 financial year after the investigations were done, and the balance is still to be determined. And again on Eskom, it's under investigation number 13 and 14 up until 21. These ones are still under investigations, but you see these are just interests that chairperson are charged to the department. In the main, the problem is in most cases the period at which we pay and the period at which they expect the payments, because we do our disbursements I think twice a year, and in between that's where they release they'll release an invoice at a certain period, but before our run comes they would start to count the interest. But in other cases we have situations where officials would then delay to collect the invoices so that they can be processed. And I think those are the cases that we then determine if there's any loss, and if there's an element of a loss, we would then recover the monies. All these ones, for example, 2022, we are also saying there's no responsible official. Looking at number 25 with 240. Mr. Mashabani J, MJ, and Mr. Mamabolo M from School District Office. Disciplinary processes are underway. This would be now in areas where they delayed to collect the invoices and process them. The 26 to 29 are still under investigation, and then number 30 with 1.3, there was no responsible official found, and the amount was written off, and the balance is being looked at. In the main, 32 is green there. It was a no-show, but no official responsible was actually found. And 34 again, no-show of 1.2. The official responsible, no official was found to be responsible, and the expenditure does not meet the definition of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The last three are still under investigation. If you look at them, Chair, these are just small monies, interest, but together they would then be put together to that amount, that is 225,564.87. In terms of the actions the EA was to take account against the accounting officer, the EA did not take actions against the accounting officer, since there are no instances where an accounting officer has been found responsible for the expenditure incurred. For cases where officials were found responsible, sanctions were issued and applicable debt was created. Most of them, where we finalized the investigations, we created debts against these officials. In terms of actions against the CFO by the accounting officer, the accounting officer did not take actions against the CFO, since there are no instances where the chief financial officer was found responsible for this. For cases where officials were found responsible, also in this case, sanctions were issued and were applicable. Debts were actually created against those. In terms of the measures put in place to prevent the recurrence, the department engaged the Limpopo Provincial Treasurer to intervene on charges by Eskom in particular. The entity requires payment within 7 days after the invoice was issued, and the payable date is prior to the first payment disbursement date in the province. These are areas where we're saying they have their own date where they release the invoices, and we have got stipulated days where we do the disbursements. So that's where now we are in negotiations with them, just to ensure that we find each other in that space. If I may be allowed to go to the same question, under 23-24 financial year, in terms of why did the accounting officer incur the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? This is answer question number A. Fruitless and wasteful expenditures of 115,000 was incurred due to the following as detailed. So also it's only interest, Chairperson, if you look at them, just one, number 12, that talks to cancellation fees. And as the question as to how much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure was recovered, all the cases reported above are still under investigation, and upon completion of the finding will reveal if there are officials responsible, and a recovery process will commence. This is a normal process that we follow in the department. Once we have the investigations, we will then follow the recommendations of those investigations. And in terms of the provision of the breakdown, Chair, of the fruitless and wasteful expenditures, you look at an amount of 287 that is comprised of the municipalities, the no-show fee, telecom interest, ESCOM and ABSA. All of them are just interest charged that amount to 286,634, including the cancellation fee as number last there. As for who are the responsible officials, on the investigation that we have done, we have actually conducted investigations on the following cases, and no official was found responsible for the expenditure. If you look at Appendix 9 that supports this, you can see that there was a no-show fee booked, this accommodation which was cancelled, a no-show fee on booked accommodation amounting to 14,616. And investigations have been completed for the following cases and presented to the Financial Misconduct Committee within the department, who concurred with the recommendations for write-off. On the next table, 6 and 29, interest on overdue account from Telcom and settlement for claim against the department, 50,000 and 20.9 respectively. The investigation is underway to determine the responsible official on the remaining case. Obviously, when we are done, and the recommendations will guide us on the way forward in this regard. In terms of the actions taken by the EA against the accounting officer, we are saying no actions were taken, Chair, because if you look at it, the accounting officer is already charging officials, and in other cases, monies are recovered from specific officials. In other cases, no wrong was found done in that regard. That is why the accounting officer was not charged in this case. What action did the EA take against the CFO? I think it's the same reasoning that while we're investigating this, some the officials were recovering, some were, the verdict is that there's nothing that we could have done, especially where bookings are actually made and the event gets cancelled in the last hour, and those are the issues that are beyond the control of the department. The EA did not take actions against any other official yet, since the completed investigation did not point at any official to be responsible. However, we are still to finalize many other investigations. Number G, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence? On the interest charged, Chairperson, what we had picked up is we had not committed employees that need to collect invoices on a monthly basis, and officials were appointed to collect invoices from municipalities, Telcom and ESCOM to facilitate payment on time. And this was done just to ensure that there's a specific date that they know they need to collect the invoice, so that we have got enough time to process it within the department. This in relation to my answers, I would like to stop here. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much for the responses. Just on the last part one, the F. The issue that I raised earlier of the accounting, but here I'm surprised because the answer is saying the executive authority, who is the MEC, do not, and is correctly captured. But if the executive authority did not take any action against the chief financial officer, because it's not the MEC who must take action against the CFO. Instead, the MEC must take action against the accounting officer. So I don't know how was it captured here, but I think it needs to be corrected so that it equal levels. But I think some of these things we've dealt with them in the previous report. Unless if there are issues that you want to raise.
Chairperson, I think it's more from a grammar point of view. If I read the answer to F on page 14, it says the executive authority did not take action against the CFO, since there are instances where the CFO has been found responsible for expenditure occurred. So I take it that some of those other things it makes mention that CFO has been. Then the next thing it says the executive authority did not take action against any other official. Yes, it's completed. In the case of executive authority, it's the MEC. But the MEC doesn't take action against the CFO. You follow. The executive authority will take action against the HOD for failing to take action against that. So if there was action taken against the CFO, wasn't the executive authority. So what I'm just trying to say from a point of grammar and writing nicely, Chair, we mustn't put the MEC that the MEC started taking action against the CFO. The HOD has taken action against the CFO or that line of authority, so that we just write.
Yeah, that is exactly what I'm raising.
Yeah,
maybe it's just a typing error. Maybe I wanted to say, I don't know, but that's why I'm saying it should be corrected.
I read it also like you.
Yeah.
But I'm happy with the explanations given.
Okay. Let me see.
My name is Mate Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I think sometimes when we answer some of the questions, or all the questions, we are being directed by your questions when we give answers. So if we can go to F. F says, what action did the executing authority take against the chief financial officer, not HOD? So I don't know what answer were you expecting in such a question, but you pardon me if sometimes, like Honorable Smiley is saying, it can be an issue of drama or whatever, I don't know, but the question itself, I'm sure it warrants the same answer that it has been given here.
No, you are right. It might be a challenge from the question itself. But at least if we could have said the executive authority did not take action against the CFO, as maybe it's not end of the day, it was going to make a lot of sense, and it was also going to open our eyes that our question was having a challenge.
Chairperson, the easiest way to get around it is that you just put in brackets the C annex J. What? Then it will make sense.
And we acknowledge that error. Is there any input, any question? Honorable Bantatama Hassan.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name again is Caroline Mantatama Hasela. On question number 3E, which was raised by Honorable Member, which says, which measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence on this anomaly? And then there was a good answer from the department, which says the department engaged Limpopo Provincial Treasury to intervene on the charges by ESCOM. So I just want to know as to whether, I mean, let me say, how was the outcome? Did it work for you? Because you took a very good, let me say, you take a very good stance to go to seek an advice from the Treasury, and then, but I want to know as to whether it worked for the department by doing that. How is the outcome? Was it positive or negative? Just that. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Is there any other question from honorable members? Yeah, just to add on that, I think we can also make a recommendation to the MEC to say this looks like to be a general question to all the departments. And why don't we just say at the executive level, can you deal with it? And then if it is possible, it's not possible, because I agree you are dealing with other entities that may not agree on your proposal. The issue of a run is controlled by the department. You can as well adjust yourselves, because the 220 something interest is going to be every financial year, or even maybe it's going to increase as the years go. So I think if we can't do the interdepartmental agreement with the ESCOM and municipality, maybe you can look at our own department, because the run is controlled internally, to say maybe we can adjust the run in line with the payments. And I know it might be a challenge, because you may find that the municipality is having its own date, and then Telkom is also having its own date, and all those. But I think it is so more administrative if you can just look at the most suitable solution. Yeah. Let me see.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matheus Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I think on this one, Chairperson, we are going to check with Treasury if it is allowed for us to can have our own date of doing our runnings. If not, Ms. will come up with another way of dealing with it. Because now the answer here says, after we have gone to the Treasury, what we have done is to come up and establish a committee which will go all over to municipalities, to ESCOM, to take those invoices so that we can see how to pay them. But what you are saying, I'm taking it to be an advice. We're going to make follow-ups on that one, whether we can do it or not as a department.
Thank you very much. Can we pass this question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Honorable Map. Eva.
And then mine, I think there are no longer questions.
Honorable Maputo. Honorable Maputo. Question number 4, please.
Yes. No, it's just making them to be alive. No, thanks, Chairperson. Question 4 speaks of impairment of accrued departmental revenue. Executive Authority on paragraph 7 of Auditor General report, the AG reports that an impairment of 421,290 was recorded relating to an accrued departmental revenue due to ineffective debt collection practices over fines and tax revenue. Question A, why did the accounting officer fail to prove effective debt collection practices over fines and tax revenue? B, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer and the relevant senior managers? D, what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the recurrence of this matter? I think I'm done. That's right. Next. Next.
Go to the next year.
Oh, next year.
Question
No.
4 of 2023. and
It's the same with question.
Monga.
Page 15.
They are not the same.
Page 15.
Ask, question 5. Question 4.
Page 15, question 4.
Page 15.
Page
1 5.
yeah. Okay. Okay, it's question 4. Material understanding of the budget. Executive authority on paragraph 8, Auditor General's report, the AG report that the department materially underspent the allocated appropriate budget by 48,368 or 1.9% from the total budget allocation of 2,518,370 billion, the carry matter from 2022 to 2023. The question is, why did the accounting officer underspend the budget by 48,368 million? And B, what is the impact of the underspending on service delivery and performance of the department? C, who are the responsible officials? D, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting officer? E, what action did the executive authority take against the chief financial officer and other responsible officials? F, what system did the accounting officer put in place to correct this anomaly? I think that is the last question, F.
Thank you, Honorable Mapolo. MEC?
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, member of the executive in charge of transport of community safety. Let me take this opportunity and hand over to my HOD.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Majana, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thanks, Chair, thanks for the question. On number A, question 4 number A, on why did the accounting officer fail to put effective debt collection practices? In our answer, Chair, we're saying the systems are in place. However, they are not fully effective due to the following reasons. The province is an entry and exit to the continent, and in some of the instances, the fines are issued to drivers who are not residents of this country. So we're not able to then track them down in terms of them paying these fines. And the current legislation framework that we have does not support issuing of spot fines. If we know you're transgressing, you're coming from maybe an African country, we don't enforce spot fines where you pay instantly, because that is not supported by legislation. Also, there are fines issued to road users, and some of whom are not from this province, because as we've indicated that we are a sort of like a corridor to other areas, and fines issued are managed by justice system. By this, Chairperson, what we mean is we issue fines, and motorists choose to go and appear in court. That is where now most of our tickets are withdrawn, mainly owed to the issue of the workload from the justice system. You find there are a lot of tickets and they've got a lot of work. In other cases, on technicalities, so motorists have now opted to let the system go. I mean, the tickets, their summons go to be seen by the courts. And in terms of who are the responsible officials, there are no responsible officials in this case, because all what we do is we write tickets. Where possible, when we do operations, if you've got a warrant of arrest, we effect those arrests, otherwise you pay if the ticket now has got a warrant of arrest. But on motorists that would have transited to other countries, there is no way of taking them, and we've got no control for tickets that are actually withdrawn by the magistrates there. on what actions did the EA take against the accounting officer? The accounting officer did not take, the EA did not take actions against the question says, what action did the EA take against the accounting officer and relevant officials? By agreement was saying other senior relevant officials may not be, the EA may not be able to go to those. But the answer is that the accounting officer did not take actions against the senior manager, since the non-collection is not caused by any of a staff member, as I've indicated on the reasons thereof. And on the measures that the accounting officer should have put in place to prevent the recurrence, in our answering chair was saying the sector has taken a decision to implement ARTO, which compels users to comply with road regulation. Now by now we know that ARTO does deal with the issue of the demerit system for drivers, and also when you implement ARTO, if you have got a ticket, you would not be allowed to renew your disc and all those other issues. So we believe this will be able to add to what we need to achieve. But also, the demerit system itself will ensure that the driver behavior is changed. And when the driver behavior changes, then there will be fewer fines, because the compliance will be increased on our roads. And the department will still continue to deploy the warrant of arrest teams who continually stop motorists and check if there are any fines outstanding against their names. And this evidently we do that regularly, where we do roadblocks and we check if motorists do not owe fines. Those that we find with warrant of arrest, we either show them the prison cells, or they have to pay on the spot. This is in relation to number D. If I may go to...
Sorry. I've just realized that question 5 that follows this on the first is part of question 4.
You're not recognized.
Sorry.
I think when you have got an issue, you have to maybe alert and
Sorry.
wait for me to say, okay, you can continue.
I apologize.
We're apologizing, HOD. Can I get this exigency?
I do apologize to every member and to colleagues on the other and to the partner. Question, we did read into record question 4 of the current financial year's material underspending of the budget. And I just think we've got two options. We either now deal with question 4 now with this section, and or otherwise we're just got to read into record of the previous question 5 so that we can read it together, because question 4 of the last financial year was material underspending, and question 5, which we did not read for the previous financial year, deals with material underspending. You could put it as oversight from our side. That does make sense if you see it.
I'm not sure if I understand you. Maybe somebody can assist me.
Jay, if you read question...
Okay, maybe let's check with the department if you understand what he's trying to say. Because I think it's them who are going to respond. So if you understand what he's saying and you think this should be like that.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Masilu Stephen Majana, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Indeed, the member is correct. Question 5 and question 4 of the last financial year are related. So this one, maybe let's deal with it in isolation, and then the two will come together because they are related. I'm agreeing with him.
All right. Okay. Honorable.
They are related because they are under this material underspending, but the content are not the same.
Okay, no, it's fine. Let's give the MEC to respond on it, because they will assist in terms of the content. They will assist where there are difficulties, and I think they will be able to guide that. Myself, I don't really understand. Maybe Honorable Small.
Chairperson, if I may put a proposal forward. Question 4 that the HOD just answered to doesn't deal with material underspending. So material underspending has got 2 financial years, and the issue here is only 1 financial year. We've got a option that we just ask members just to deal with the question 4 that was already read into record. If we are going to deal with the material, and I agree that the 2 years of material underspending, the numbers on the actual figures are not the same, but the context are the same. If we are going to deal it with as a combined question, I would just ask that we read into record question 5. Then it allows the HOD to go on with his presentation and then members can deal with those 4 and 5 at the same time. That's all I'm just saying, because otherwise 5 will not be recorded as being read.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. So it means we are going to read number 5, and then as he's continuing to respond, we're also responding on question number 5.
Yeah, that's what we're saying about that.
Yeah, someone just read. Okay, MEC.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Marthe Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. I want to check if we are going to read question 5 and question 4 for 2023. Are there no follow-ups on this one? Because I don't think we can jump this one without listening to members if they do have follow-up questions or not, because they are not the same with the 2 that we are going to now.
Yes, I think there will be a follow-up. Or maybe let's allow you to finish, and then from there you direct us on which one do we take. Thank you.
Which means I'm going. My name is Marcelo Stephen Majana, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, with your guidance, I have read through the answers for question 4. Now I'm going to the next financial year, where I will be dealing with answers for the question that has been read. What was canvassed on the ground was that let us deal with the answers for what I have read, so that when we are done, we will deal with 5 and 4, which is material underspending of the budget, to all together, so that they then are able to feed on one another.
So now we go to the questions for clarity from the members. Now that is where we are now. Do you have questions on the responses that were given?
In question 4, in payment, I think.
You're not recognized.
You're not recognized.
Oh.
Honorable Small, Honorable Mabucha.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to fines not being able to be collected, I'm just trying to look at the answers. Is there a system that talks to the e-notice that stops you to get your license? Should there be an outstanding application on these people? That's what I'm just trying to ask. I think that there is one. And then secondly, I've noted that some of the provinces currently are using or have been used for quite some time electronic versions of writing out these fines. It also makes the capturing and incorrect information to be, it minimizes some of the incorrectness and the technicalities, which allows people to get away with wrongful information. Is that on the radar, MEC, for your department to move into that space? I'm just asking because it might also limit, it might reduce these amounts going forward. Those are just issues that I've seen which work in other provinces as well.
Honorable Mabucha.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabucha. I'm a member of Scopa. Chair, since there are defects within the system, more in relation to our neighbors from outside of our country. That they know that even if they get a ticket, it's just academic. There's no enforcement, there's nothing that they can do to them. So, since the department is aware of this defect, isn't there any way in terms of the legislative framework that you can maybe impose certain penalties towards this our brothers and sisters from outside of our country, so that, you know, most of the accidents, every time you hear December, Good Friday and what, it's mainly vehicles, buses from outside of our country, because sometimes they just have little disregard of our road traffic act. So if you have identified this problem, what is it that you have done to ensure that at least you close this gap? Because this is a gap. It will also go to number 2 of those who are not residents of our province. Chair, you know, if someone is from Cape Town and he was taking a road trip, gets a ticket here, and then he was, maybe at least he was not speeding, it's a ticket of maybe speeding above 120, then he has got a ticket of 2,000, for example. Now, this person equally will say, but I will not go to Limpopo in the nearby future. Even if I go, I'll use a flight, then get Uber, then go back home. So it's another gap that the system, the legislation has not dealt with decisively. But are there proposals that, as a department, you are making to ensure that we close this gap? So that we close this gap. And then lastly, it's with regards to ARCLO. You know, in December we're doing road traffic, road blocks with traffic officers. But then, you know, those ones of National Traffic Police, they've got this device. Once they click on your ID and your license disc, automatically they can see that this license disc is wrong. Yeah. It's a forged license disc. This license that you are using, it's not legal, and then we are taking it. But unfortunately, the ones Bamo Limpopo don't have such gadgets. What is the department doing to make sure that our officers are equipped with proper gadgets, including vehicles that will ensure enforcement of the Road Traffic Act? It's complied with. The other question I wanted to ask is not contained here, but I think it was going to assist.
No, it will assist in future. You should have added it when we were dealing with the questions. These questions were developed by us, but it's fine, we will add it in the next term. But the other thing is that maybe if we can link, and I know it's not going to be very easy, to link the departments, for example, the Department of Home Affairs and Justice. Home Affairs in the sense that if when a person is crossing the border, when they are interacting with his documents and whatever, they see that you are having a fine and be compelled to pay that particular fine before crossing the border. They're just being creative or thinking of just throwing ideas, so that as and when you're going to sit down and come up with a strategy, you might as well even consider these crazy ideas that you're giving more. But the Justice Department as well, as and when they take the matter to court and they have whatever, can't they have any or some way to communicate with the department so that you don't expect a 1 million and you find that half of that amount was written off by the courts. Such issues, I don't know how can you deal with them, but I think in your meeting as and when you come up with the strategies, you can look at these others. But you must also know that even within ourselves, for example, if I'm having a ticket of 1,000, when I pay, I'm going to pay it in the department, for example, I can request to be, I don't have the whole thing, 1,000, and they say go to this office and request. They say no, pay 500, and you are expecting 1,000. So that process must also be controlled so that we know that we were able to reduce this amount for so many people, so that it does not you must know that you no longer expect 1 million, you are only expecting 500,000. Yeah, if you can just take this, but most of them were just inputs. But you can respond to them.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Son Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me take, let me not respond to some of the things. The HOD will do it on many of the things, and even the comments that you have commented, because they warrant some explanations. So it will be doing it.
Thank you. My name is Masilo Stephen Machana, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, indeed, when it comes to road safety, the entire transport system, legislation is the one that guides us. Right now, I've spoken about issues of spot fines, and it's not supported anyway by the legislation, especially those that are going out. But these are issues that we're raising with the MINMEC. But let me allow Ms. Mulauzi to talk to the e-force gadgets project that we're embarking on, as well as the impact of ARDO. That is because we're also we've been nominated as a province for pilot. The impact of ARDO, I would want also to speak to how we're going to ensure that if you have got a fine, you will not be able to register your vehicle. This talks to Chairperson the integration of the systems and databases in departments, so that we're able to then don't treat officials in isolation when we deal with roadblocks. Ms. Mulauzi, with your indulgence, I'm going to allow that she then be assisted with a mic to respond to the issues around e-force gadgets and the impact of ARDO if implemented properly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, HOD. My name is Jane Marauzi. I'm the Chief Director for Transport Regulation. I'm going to start with the issue of the system that is linked to NATIS. As a department, currently we are using the National Traffic Contravention Management System. It's linked to NATIS. The unfortunate part is that it cannot put a mark if you are having outstanding fines, unlike ARTO. But as a department, we are busy engaging with RTMC. They've allowed us to use 5 million to procure the gadgets that you have seen RTMC officers using. So on Monday we are going to have a meeting with them. They will be displaying the system to us so that we can start the procurement process. We are very fortunate because the process is using the transversal contract, RC15 contract. So we believe that we are going to make it on this one. On the issue of ARTO, I think this one we are praying that nationally it's approved to implement it, because as a province we are ready for the implementation of ARTO. And remember, currently it's being piloted in Gauteng, in the metros. So if it's approved, we are ready with systems and books, everything is there. We're just waiting for the approval by the president for it to be rolled out to all the provinces. Because when we implement R2, we will have little offenses that will be dealt with by justice system. So most of the things will be dealt with through R2. So that is where we will be able to also deal with the foreigners. Because we will miss only those who will not come back to our country. But most of them, they used to come back to our country. So it means when they come back, we have opportunity to deal with them. I think the issue of shortage of vehicles, like you are indicating, I think when members were monitoring, we have seen that most of our officers are using GG vehicles because we don't have enough vehicles. It's just few vehicles. We're having above 1,200 officers, but we only having 300 and something vehicles. So it's a serious problem. And the issue of home affairs that the chairperson is indicating will be addressed by ARTO because already in that is linked to home affairs system. So hence when you punch in the ID that everything will come out. I think also on the issue of the reduction of fines, the last one that the chairperson was talking about is that as a department we don't have that authority. It's only the justice people who can reduce the fine. We are not allowed to allow them to pay installment on the issue of traffic fines. I think I've tried to cover, but there is also the issue of the automated number plate recognition system. It's also a system that we want to use while ARTO is not yet there. This is the system that is going to assist us to arrest those who are having outstanding warrants. So currently we are in the process of procuring 5 buses, so that each minibuses, so that each district must have a bus where we will load all our warrant of arrest and force people to pay. Because we know that if we force them to pay, then it will enhance compliance. I think that is what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To follow up based on, yes. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Taroma Water, member of Scopa. Chair, from this report, I was of the impression that the department is currently using ARTO. So, but from the response, I can hear they don't have approval as yet. So my question would be, what system are they using at the moment? And how effective is it? And what are its disadvantages as compared to ARTO? I heard the advantages of ARTO, but what is so bad about the system that you are currently using? And then the other question would be, are you not looking at, since you are the provincial authority, there's a ticket from Alabora municipality, Makado, Ulukwani, what? Are you not looking at a system whereby this tickets or traffic service would be will be under one command, maybe at the province? Because I think national tried to do it, but there were some problems. So I was just checking if the province maybe tried to do it, so that when national gets to that stage, at least as a province, we've got one central command of traffic enforcement in the province. Are you exploring it, or it's something that you don't want? And then if you are to go ahead with this ARTO, is this ARTO going to connect with these cameras here? And are more cameras going to be installed all over the province so that at least we reduce the carnage on our roads? Because we know what this carnage is caused by. We know our car, I know my car, I know this road. If I know this road, I know from year to year, I'm not going to find traffic officers, and then you commit an accident there. So, yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That was the last question. It was a follow-up, in fact. Yeah, if you can.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Matis Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. Let me hand over to the HOD.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilu Stephen Majana, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. The system that we're utilizing, Chairperson, that links with NATIS, its limitations are that it may not be able to block a motorist during the renewal of his license or disc, primarily because it does not have those functionalities. Hence, as the department, we are now embracing the issue to say, if ARTO does come, it will be a game changer. But right now, what we are doing, with a lot of roadblocks that we conduct on our roads, we still are able to catch those who are sitting with warrant of arrest, and we're able to then clear them off in that regard. But as she was saying, the deployment of these 5 buses, they're going to be mobile. We'll just put it on the road, at the roadblock. When the vehicles are coming there, it will then be scanning the disc and giving us history of that particular vehicle and the driver. Then by the time you arrive there, we'll be able to then process you in terms of what we are seeing on our screens. This is one way that we believe it's technology that we will only stop vehicles that we see a problem with. Unlike right now, manually, you may stop vehicle A, giving an opportunity to vehicle B to pass, while the vehicle B is the one with a problem. So this one will proactively give us data. We'll slow the vehicles when they come, and it starts reading. Those that we put on the side, you must just know that when we stop you, it means you have a problem. Either it's stolen vehicle, warrant of arrest, all those other issues. Then we're going to deal with that. The 5 buses that she's talking about, and this is a project that is coming very soon. The current measures that we have is just roadblocks where we then manually deal with that. The issue of we've got types of cameras that we put on our roads. The average speed camera, we're just finalizing issues of contracts. We will then start to process non-compliance on N1 with those cameras that you see there. But we'll also have other cameras that we believe we can plant in areas where they're problematic. Those that will be unattended, we'll just go in from time to time to get the data to process those summons, and we start to make follow-ups. We are far behind when it comes to technology, but this is because normally we rely on RTMC in terms of approvals, in terms of support, and at this point in time they are supporting us, and we're going to be dealing with that. I'm not so sure if Nomlauzi you want to add.
My name is Jane Mrauzi, Chief Director, Transport Regulation. I just want to respond to the question that is a province. Can we integrate all the traffic notices from local and provincial? Remember this function in terms of the constitution. Municipalities have their rights when it comes to law enforcement. So they are working for themselves. The only function that they don't have authorities is registration and licensing, hence they are operating on our behalf. So the only system which will be able to do that, it will be ARTO. ARTO will be able to also hang all of us in the country, irrespective of the province. It will operate in such a way that if you are having someone in Limpopo, you will be able to pay it in Cape Town. You will be able to pay it in Johannesburg. Even the Cape Town ones, they will be able to pay it in Limpopo. So that is the national system which will be able to hang all of us on the same place. But I think HOD tried to respond. The only thing that we do current in terms of those who are having warrant of arrest is the issue of having computers in our roadblocks, and also to send SMSs to remind them to pay. And it's not that effective, hence most of our tickets are not paid. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we have dealt with question number 4 for 2022-2023. 2023, and we're going to request Honorable Majomane to read question 5 on 2022-2023. Is that a question?
Page 17. Page 17.
No, I see you, Honorable. No.
Page 17. Whoever's going to read.
Yes.
Gender equality.
Page 17.
Gender parity.
No, I'm trying to balance.
Yeah.
Honorable Nompu, don't worry.
Jefferson, they're colluding there. I will have to object.
It's collusion.
Collusion.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Honorable Majumane Asnat. I'm the member of this committee. Question 5 reads follows: material and spending of the budget. Executive Authority, on paragraph 8 of the Auditor General's AG report, the AG reports that in the appropriation statement, the Department of Materially underspent the budget by 65,789 million on program 1. Administration and 31,091 on program 3 transport regulation. The person says, why did the accounting officer material underspend the budget in program 1? Administration by 65,789 million, and program 3 transport regulation by 31,091 million. The answer, the department.
Oh, I missed the questions.
Yeah. Oh, the
Let's go
questions.
to B. Question B.
Oh, question B. Who are the responsible officials?
C.
Question C. What actions did the accounting officer take against the chief financial officer and relevant senior managers? Question D. What measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent the requirements of these matters?
Thank you very much, Honorable Majomane. MEC?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Martia Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety. HOD.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Machana, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, question 5 on material underspending of the budget. The question was why did we underspend on the 2 programs 1 and 3? In our answer, Chairperson, we were saying the department could not spend the entire budget due to the following reasons. Number 1 being in terms of the PPMC, the Provincial Personnel Management Framework of 2016, which centralized filling of posts. The recruitment plan for 2022-23 was approved on the 13th July 2022, and you can see the appendix 12, and this delayed filling of vacant funded posts from our side because we almost lost the entire quarter. And number 2, the department was approved to fill 130 posts, and at the end of the financial year, 123 were filled, so which means we could not fill all of them. The posts filled from internal employees had unintended consequences of creating vacancies and underspending. 99 out of 123 posts were advertised were promoted to higher positions, and therefore their positions became vacant, which added another underspending. The department surrendered funds earmarked for building rental as well as raise and taxes following the changes in monthly rentals. The initial budget was based on initial rental amount, and Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure negotiated new tariff which were lower than what has been provided for. And that created a bit of a saving there. The department developed a procurement plan for 22-23 financial year. However, the implementation was delayed due to the national directive on the implementation of the Constitutional Court judgment of the 16th February 2022. The interpretation of the judgment by the National Treasury then led to all organs of the state to only procure services less than 30,000. And this was corrected when there was an appeal, and the judge said the judgment is never saying we should stop. The time taken to develop the departmental policy for the proper implementation of the directive contributed to the delay on the process of procurement. Most of the orders were issued, but time for delivery was not adequate because we started operating towards the end of the financial year when the clarity was sought. Non-delivery of goods ordered to the value of 1.3 million. This was due to delays experienced by government printing works. And the department had a budget to procure uniforms for the traffic officials. However, orders could not be made since there was no transversal contract. The department participates in the National Treasury contract for procurement of uniforms, and the contract was concluded by National Treasury after year end. You can see letters that were issued after the 9th of May as Appendix 13. As for who are the responsible official chairperson, investigations were done, and it was found that there are no officials responsible for the underspending given the explanation above. This is Appendix 13. On the actions the accounting officer needed to take against the CFO and relevant senior management, no action were taken against the CFO given the explanation in in the main around the issue to say the procurement policy and many other issues that we've cited there. And what measures did the accounting officer put in place to prevent this? As the department, we are providing inputs now to the PPMC to bring deadlines forward, so to consider approving recruitment plans prior to the beginning of the financial year, so that appointments and expenditure are properly linked to a budget of that particular financial year. This is in relation to the issue around the COE budget. I'm also Chair, now that I can go to question 4 in 2013-14. On material underspending, again, Chair, the question is why did the accounting officer underspend the budget by 48.3 million? The department incurred underspending due to the following reasons, and rollover application was made by and approved by Treasury. The late delivery of a bus for Limpopo Traffic College to the value of 2.7 million. We had ordered the bus, however, the delivery really took time because of availability. The contractor for construction of accommodation block C at the Limpopo Traffic College was behind time in terms of the project plan, which led to the underspending by 5 million in this regard. They were slow, and that actually threw the project plan off the rail. The delayed appointment of a contractor for Seshoke 53 led to the under expenditure of 2.5 million. These Public Works took longer to advertise, evaluate and adjudicate and appoint, and this now necessitated the department to underspend by this the 2.5 million. The delay in acquiring a land for Mampagale Bridge led to the 3 million not spent during the financial year. And Chair, this arose when the donor of the land reneged from the initial decision to donate the land to the department and opted to sell instead. And once they opted to sell, This now necessitated the department to initiate the supply chain processes, including land valuation, because when they gave us an amount, we needed to then start to follow processes of procuring a land, which then would need professional evaluators to assist us with the entire process, and it delayed everything. For many years, we have been saying Mampa Gale is a donated site, we're going to use it. However, the owner said, I'm now selling. There were some delays on the approval of variation orders on the construction of Triangle K53, which led to the underspending of 1.8 million. This is due to the soil texture that required additional work. The 952,390 was underspent. Was underspent by sub-program that talks to operator license and permits, mainly under goods and services. More than 50% of the amount was for government printing services used for the gazetting of applications for operating license. This is dependent on the number of operating licenses received. There was also issue of the uniform and protective clothing to the value of 191,000, which could not be delivered at the end of the financial year. These are reflectors, and then there was uniform and protective clothing to the value of 3.6 million also, which could not be delivered, mainly the token traffic uniform at the end of the financial year.
Sorry, Chair. I'm able to get this noise. It's too much.
Chair, if I may proceed, the 606,100,000 was not spent under public transport services, even though all contracted bus companies were paid all their submitted subsidy claims. This is due to penalties imposed on non-compliance with the service level agreement. Mainly on this one, we normally budget for a normal situation that takes place, but as and when we imposed penalties to bus operators, we then realized savings that became underspending. Posts were vacated during the financial year due to promotions, and the table here indicates the number of posts per district and head office. You can see that the table there shows 86 posts, meaning during the appointments, mostly it was internal promotions, and when it's promotions, obviously, it means there's a shifting in terms of posts, and this created a lot of vacancies. Annexure A also gives details in terms of that. In terms of the impact of underspending on service delivery and performance of the department, looking at many various issues, the department, the underspending did not have any significant impact on service delivery, and because most of the targets that we had in the APP were achieved. The money not spent was meant for enhancement of new services or enhancement of services. Furthermore, in relation to posts not filled, acting arrangements were done for vacated posts so that work can be continued, and officials were also carrying other roles, because once there's a promotion, we don't leave the vacant post unattended in terms of roles and responsibilities. In terms of the responsible officials, we say in chair that no official responsible was found in terms of underspending, and on the actions that the EA was to take against the accounting officer, the EA did not take actions against the accounting officer, since there are no instances where accounting officer has been found responsible for the expenditure incurred, under expenditure incurred. The number E, what actions did the EA take against the CFO? We agree that it is the HOD, the accounting officer now, who should be put here to take actions against the CFO. However, the answer was saying the accounting officer did not take actions against the CFO and other officials, since there are no instances where the CFO and other officials were negligent in terms of the underspending. On the systems that the accounting officer put in place, The accounting officer engages monthly with the HOD of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure for effective implementation of the construction projects. Monthly we sit, I go with the infrastructure team, we come with the project team so that we discuss progress of the project plans that were signed. Where there are areas of slowness, we're engaging so that we speed up the processes of constructions. Vacated posts are advertised subsequent to the incumbent occupying promotional post, and whilst the recruitment process is ensuing, acting arrangements are effected in that regard. The process to evaluate the land for Mampagil Way Bridge has been completed, and the report was sent to Treasury so that they can give us a go-ahead to procure the land. We are no longer going to build at Mampagil as you know it. We've decided to come closer to the Capricorn Plaza there, because we want to be able to have a way bridge that can also cover the 10 that goes to Elim. We want these trucks to be weighed before they can run away from Mampagil on an Elim 10. So this is something that we are now finalizing with Treasury so that we can procure the land and start with construction. Chairperson, that was the last answer coming from me under F for the financial year 2023-2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there questions? Honorable Smang, Honorable Mabucha, Honorable Scopa, Honorable Nampulani, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. When we look at the first years of under expenditure, I think it's understandable. But when it comes to the latter year, I do have got questions around the ability of people accountable. And expenditure is all about planning and making sure that things come in place. And when you are saying there are no officials accountable, or people cannot be held accountable, I'm going to show you how you actually speak against your own answer when you put things forward. So the first question I wanted to ask is, if the contractor for Block C was behind time and there wasn't which led to the underspending, did it also lead to penalty fees because we are obliged by time to help to certain things because you are saying he didn't keep to his time? So I'm just trying to understand if there was penalties against that contractor. The delayed appointment of the contractor of Seshego K53, was it because of your supply chain processes in-house that you were just slow, that you understand what I'm trying to say? Because you know in the early of the year that you are budgeting for for that. If your supply chain systems is not, you're not advertising on time, you're not doing your bid evaluation committees on time, these are in-house administrative issues that leads to a prolonged outcome. And I can argue, if I ask you for the timelines, I can argue that it was maybe from a planning perspective point of view that there was a delayment in that process. It also talks to if you talk about the operating license permits that took too long, the program, because there was a problem with variation orders. I think it was that one. And variations orders is also for me a in-house administrative issue. So if you are taking too long, I'm just trying to think, I think it was that one. Yeah, I think it was something that I read about the variation orders. So HOD, for me, and Honorable MBC, it speaks to planning, and planning has got someone in the HR, someone in your level HOD. Why you start in February, you don't start in April or June or that quarter. So I do think you are said no one can be held accountable, because if that is your case, I would want to then ask that you give me the timelines of advertisement, meetings, dates, everything, when it came, which quarter it came, and I will then argue that you planned poorly, and therefore someone must be held accountable. And I think underspending is just as bad as overspending, in my view. And I cannot say that no one can be held accountable. I do think that argument must be revisited, and if they don't want to revisit it, I would then ask for a timeline for those services, so that one can then put the argument strongly forward if that is necessary. But I do think the MEC is capable of holding people accountable in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabota, member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Chair, the people of Seshego have been waiting for this K53. And Chair, we are almost approaching the end of the financial year. So my question to the Honorable MEC and the team is that, yes, you have indicated that there were delays, which furthermore led to your under expenditure. Are you going to be able to kickstart this project in this financial year, or you're looking at the next financial year? Because the people of Seshego, unfortunately, that's where I come from. So every time when we were canvassing for their support, we told them that this thing is coming. This K53 is coming. So now they are on our case. They want to see this thing taking shape. So please, let's treat this one very urgent, because unfortunately some of us will not be able to go and visit our parents at home, because people will be doing at our homes. Now, Chair, on the Mampakuli, Mampakili. Is it Mampakile?
Mampakile.
Mampakile. Yes. Chair, I just want to check. The department was promised land. Has the department incurred any losses with regards to working processes of checking the soil? Again, the structure is not yet there. Has the department spent any, has the department lost any money in relation to this program? And then I would like to check the extent of the due diligence that the department undertook. Because one of the first things before you even plan, or before you even announce, what I'm going to do this, even when you are about to marry a woman, you must know, at least I've got this amount of money, I can pay Lobola, at least I can pay for them. So as and when you were doing the planning around the way bridge, to what extent was the due diligence? Because my understanding is that this thing you are going to come across it, but this donor today is hot, tomorrow is cold. This one is going to give us a problem. Let's find ways. This guy must sign before we even plan further than this. And then my other issue is that, you know, we appreciate the upward mobility of your staff. It inspires confidence in them to work more, because the employer maybe might give them another opportunity of promotion. But currently there are people acting on those posts. I don't know to what extent, how high these posts are, but I saw there are some directors, chief directors and stuff. You know, the moment you appoint someone to act in a particular position, you are planting a seed of ambition. So, if you disappoint them and you appoint someone else, that person might be very disappointed and very demoralized. Ne? So, Chair, one thing for sure, we want the department to ensure that all those funded posts that are vacant are filled. As to how the operational basis is there, but we want those jobs to be filled. Maybe when we meet again, the report must suggest otherwise, or those 86 posts that were vacant in the previous financial year, they are currently filled, because it defeats logic or why our people who are struggling to find jobs are able to get jobs, even though those posts are funded. My last comment is that in this report, the HOD is speaking about meeting the HOD of Public Works. But somewhere during the presentation of the HOD, you are saying, or no, it seems like IDT's better implementing agent. How far are your engagements? In your engagements, are you also engaging IDT so that you don't fix things with Public Works and then think, IDT, things are all rosy, whereas other sides, IDT now thinks that the HOD is no longer paying attention to us, we can do as we wish. Next thing, service delivery is negatively affected. Infrastructure projects are unable to rise. So it's just a comment or a, please, the engagement with your implementing agents, let it be thorough. Let it be thorough, because you see, this year we are nice, but next year, if things are not according to our expectations and according to the plans that you have in here, which are great, by the way, it will not be nice. Thank you very much, Chair.
You covered Honorable.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was my name is Nempumbron TC, Standing Committee on Public Accounts member. I'm partly covered on the contractor on Block C at Limpopo Traffic College. The other member has already indicated that if indeed you signed the service level agreement with the contractor according to the project plan, then when he is unable to finish certain aspects on a certain date, which is indicated on the project plan, I think you must have penalties so that that understanding will not recur next time. And then the other one is on the Mampakuli. Mampakeli. You said you have changed from that Mampakeli area to the closer area. So it means that your intention to build it at this place, you change the mind because of the behavior of the donor. So it's coming closer to Capricorn Plaza, to the other place. Are you not going to encounter any challenge to the new place, or you purchase the place in state of negotiate to be donated the place? And then again, in B, on the impact of the underspending on service delivery. MAC, I beg to differ that the underspending cannot have any impact. But the HOD changed the phrase to you said to have no significant impact when you are explaining. I could understand now. But you see, underspending, I think, is an offense. That if we are continuing with the underspending with the money allocated to the departments, we are not doing a favor to our people, to our poor community. And even appointing an employee is part of the service delivery. Because when those people are appointed to the other poor graduates can get an opportunity from the post vacated by the one who has been appointed. So there's no way that underspending here cannot negatively affect the effective service delivery to our poor province. So when we come to the productivity of labor, when today I'm asked to sweep because the other one is not, today you are going to be a clerk, tomorrow you are going to somewhere, I think it will affect the job. But here I think it do affect the service delivery. Lastly, MAC, you are doing a very wonderful job. But however, some of these things, if we are not hands-on, it will not. When we talk about Toyando taxi rank, it was reported that the Department of Public Works have a current status affair, or whether it will be finished on March 2025. However, the response was saying, while the department have that information, the Department of Public Works, not the Department of Transport. But here the answer is saying, the accounting officer engages monthly with the HOD of the Department of Public Works for effective implementation of the construction projects. And I think it's inclusive about the project which I'm referring to. So here you are meeting monthly, but we could not ascertain while we are here that indeed we will sing a song of joy, Chobe Shangoni Matagazi, when we see that taxi rank being utilized. But here you are meeting monthly, there's no even a report, there's no even a prospect of telling the public that indeed that will open in March 1925. I rest 2025, so to say. I have a gap here, sorry, I'm sorry. That is, but finally I commend you for the work job done. I rest my case.
Yeah, that was the last hand, and I think they have covered a lot of things. Indeed, just for a matter of emphasis, the issue of underspending when we have got a lot of issues to be addressed in the province should be looked with a different eye. So I'm just going to give you MEC to respond to the consent or the questions raised.
Thanks, Chairperson. My name is Susan Violet, MEC for Transport and Community Safety.
Thank you very much. My name is Masilo Stephen Majena, the HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Thanks for the questions, and most of the inputs we've noted, we're going to utilize them to improve. Let me start with the K53 issue. The project has started. We could be at 20%, or even more now, because I don't have the actual report, but it has long started. The underspending was there because when it started, obviously all our projects, construction projects, we hand them to Public Works. And the view is that they are also dealing with other departments in terms of infrastructure projects. So it was moving quite slow, and we've been with them to say let's get to the next stage up until they manage to appoint the contractor is on site. The last time I checked was on roof level, so we'll go and check. The reports are there. It's only that I don't have it with me now. The question around if we incurred any loss in Mampakale, the answer is in relation to the construction of a proper weighbridge. We have not incurred any loss. We are still utilizing the area. There are mobile offices there. Our officers are utilizing it as offices. But in relation to the construction, we have not done anything. The revelation that the owner is now no longer donating but selling came when we wanted to start the work with Sandral. Obviously, paperwork needed to start first. When you donate the land, the paperwork must be processed. That's when now the news came to us that, look, I'm no longer donating, I'm selling. And whether we will have a challenge with the spot that we've chosen now before the right turn to Elim, we are not receiving the land as donation. We are procuring the land. The owner has actually given us an offer. Consultations were made with neighboring farmers so that there are no objections. And after that, valuations were done. All these things we're dealing with them with Public Works. The valuation report was then issued. That's when now we're going to procure. Once we procure, we've got the title deed. That's when we'll start with the construction so that we don't have challenges. On the project that is with IDT, the Toyando taxi rank, it is with IDT from Public Works, which means the monitoring of that project is also done by engineers and project managers coming from Public Works. However, in terms of progress discussions, we sit with the Department of Public Works, and we discuss all our projects, including this one. That is why the latest progress that we have now is that the professionals have been appointed. They are working on site, although you may not see them every day, because all what they do is to quantify what needs to be done, so that and also to then do what you call the as-is drawings, so that they can be approved. So we are working with Treasury on a daily basis, and it's important to note that it's unfortunate because the infrastructure, our infrastructure report shows signs that it's not doing well, because we can only hand it over to Public Works and plead that they push these projects. It is not the department, it's not our department only, many other departments in terms of infrastructure. There are challenges in that regard. We will provide a report on the 86 posts that were vacated as a result of promotions. But if you look at it, it was in the other year. This year already, we had advertised 103 posts, of which I'd say 85% started to receive letters from December to this January. So most of them are being filled. Where there is internal appointments, we'll go back again to assess and go back and fill those positions through consultations with the PPMC and other departments that are relevant. So in the main, I think we are noting that our infrastructure projects are quite slow, and it's something that we will continue to monitor. Suffice to say that most of the time when a contractor is appointed, if there are slowness against the project plan, penalties are then meted to the service provider by Public Works through their project side meetings, that when they see challenges, they start to effect penalties. The penalties are being meted to those accordingly. Chair, I think in terms of the issues we are noting, the issue of that underspending is a no-no, and we will do better just to ensure that we have close to nothing in terms of under expenditure at the end of the financial year. we will do better in terms of that. Thank you very much. This is the end of my response.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is there a block? Honorable Nambulun?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Honorable Nempumblo Nitisi, the member of the committee. Just one question. How much the department, if any, how much money returned to treasury, if any?
Is there another follow-up?
Yeah, it's a closing remark.
No, you can't close the
another opportunity.
The remarks are for the chairperson. The chairperson closes. Just look for another term.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Chair, I just wanted to say thank you very much to the department, and then when we meet again, we are just looking for improvement, because in any case, we are not against the department. We just want what is right for our people. That's all. So we're just encouraging you guys, please go do your job, make our people happy, then we'll also be happy. Thank you.
Yeah, we also need to make training ourselves so that we know who has to make remarks. It's also a recommendation on our side.
Right, they are no longer sleepy.
Okay, there was a question there, and I hope the last question. The issue of whether you've surrendered some money to treasury, if that is the case, how much?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Masilo Stephen Majana, HOD of the Department of Transport and Community Safety. Chair, I need to be guided for which financial year are they talking about, because
no,
this
the very same 2022-2023 or 2024-2023.
Yes, the figures are in the report. For in terms of the questions that were asked, the first let me just locate the report. Yes, in terms of the underspending for financial year 2023, we had underspent by 1.9%, which was 48.3 million from a budget of around 2.5 billion. So the year that then followed, which is the one that we, I need to check the report, or the one that I've given now is 23, 24. We've underspent by 1.9%. Then the year 2022-23, I'm just going to give it out now. Yes, in 2022-2023, unfortunately there is no percentage, but we had underspent as the AG's report is showing now. We materially underspent the budget by 65.7 million in program 1, 31 in program 3, and 65.7 in program.
The same amount.
Yeah, but in the main, most of them, Chairperson, we had to deal with rollovers. I mean, Treasury had approved that we can roll over the monies and utilize them again in that regard. And we are continuing to guard against any underspending going into this current financial year.
Yeah. That was a follow-up question. You can't have follow-up on follow-up on follow-up on follow-up. And maybe, honourable member, you have missed, it was presented. There was a case where they took the money back, but there was another one somewhere where they said it was a rollover. It means that it can still be used again. Like the HOD said, they must just be careful, plan properly, so that not, it must not go back. No, I'm not allowing him. I thought maybe you have got a closing remark. I mean, no, I can see that honorable members are satisfied with the follow-up questions. And we are moving to number 6, which is recommendations. Recommendations, as and when we were deliberating, I think we were even noting where we said the MEC must go on the issue of the public protector, that advice on the issue of those interest rates caused by ESCOM and what you must also administratively at the executive level ensure that you come up with a way of keeping those things. And from our side, we will develop resolutions and then adopt them together with Treasury. We also engage at that particular level about the resolution, and we will go and present, or they will be presented in the House so that they are adopted. But I know the Scopa or the public hearings next year, they will be talking to this this resolution that you are going to adopt. But my wish will be just to have a program to implement those resolutions even before they can be queried to say why didn't you implement this resolution? And some of the inputs that we make, even if they don't come up with approved resolution, but we know something that we need to take care of. It does not have to be a resolution for us to deal with the issues within the department. We have raised them, you have noted them, the resolution will come, we'll see where the House has taken decisions. But other issues, the housekeeping issues within the department that we have raised, please make sure that they are attended to, because in our resolution we can't cloud them with very little things that some of them will raise here. So I think with the recommendation, I can sum up it in that way, that as and when Scopa will come up with those resolutions and deal with them. So we go to number 7, which is comment by the AG.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lakile Drawa, Senior Manager for Transport and Community Services. Okay, can I go on?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I must say that maybe I'm the lucky one, because usually these coppers we do them April, March, something like that. But now we're caught by surprise, because also we are doing our own training in January. But I really enjoyed it, and I think I'm the lucky one. I'm the first one, because I see many new faces here. Except those man. But most of them, I think, their inputs and invaluable advice. I've learned a lot, even myself. So we always look forward to this Scopas, because you guys sometimes you know most of the things which are happening at the citizen outside to now our bookworms, but then it gives us a valuable intonela so that we can give good recommendations to the department or the municipality so that they can improve. I've got no doubt with my team. I joined them last year, and I always enjoy them, because we're just coming from a very difficult MFMA. So now we're looking forward to a good PFMA. And then to the department, yes, we are doing very well, especially with the debits and credits. And then due diligence, where it comes from laws and regulations, and performance information, yes. But I think the committee were giving you good advices. Because even if you can see our strategy at HESA, is Culture Shift 2030, we're looking at the citizens, or what the citizens are getting. So if we see those monies which were not spent, and some of them are lots and lots of money. Because we do listen to the radios. I think we know this January something happened at the municipalities where people were losing some work. But and then they see this money which we are sending back to the treasury. So we should look at that, get those advices, and try to utilize this money effectively. I thought you have budgeted them. Okay, I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As I was focusing with the coordinator here, I was saying he left the office of the treasurer, and just want to check if they have something to say. You are covered. Thank you. And we are going to give this opportunity to the MEC to make a comment.
Thanks, Chairperson of the Public Account Committee and your team, my team from the department led by the HOD, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in absentia, she has just decided to go because of flu, AG and Treasury. Let me take this opportunity again to, now I'm saying good evening because now it's already late. Honorable Chairperson, let me start by apologizing. I should have done this in the beginning, but I just told myself, let me not do this, because some members can capitalize on our mistake rather than capitalizing on things that can help the citizens of this province. Let me apologize and also take responsibility of all the things that didn't went well as far as our files are concerned. I'm promising that in the next hearing, I'm sure our quarterly hearings, when you will be inviting us, we will have improved in some of the things. And some of the attachments that you said are not here. I'm sure it will form part of the reports when we come and appear on a quarterly basis. So for today, I think I'm happy because some of the things that you were saying, I was saying, but things that are said by a single mouth and things that are said by many people are not the same. They will now start to know that we are not saying what we are saying because we are representing our heads or our individuality as MECs. We are saying we are representing the people that have elected us. So to you, Honorable Chairperson and our team, let me also promise that all the advices and the inputs that you were given to us, I'm sure we're going to implement them. We've started with the HOD. I'm sure on the issue of the file, because people will say, we received a file now, another file is coming. That was the way of trying to improve in some of the loopholes or some of the things that were there. So we're saying, like Mr. Mkaro will say, these answers are not from the people that are appearing on Scopa or people that has been members of Scopa. So we're trying to close those gaps. So my promise to you is to say, we're not going to fail the people of this province, and we're not going to fail you. We're going to do everything that you have said to us as a way of trying to help us to go to that clean audit, which I promise come next year, come next financial year, we'll be saying something different from what we were saying today. Thank you so much for having given me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the office. So I'm saying thank you so much, Chairperson and your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. On the item number 9, on the way forward, which I think I've already started with it when I was dealing with item number 6 on recommendations. Let's start with the program to deal with the resolutions and prepare progress report which will be given quarterly, like we have indicated, with the clear timelines. We need to understand I'm just making a commitment by the end of this year, all the resolutions must have been implemented. Where you need assistance, you don't hesitate to say, hey, on this one we are struggling, can you be assisted? It will only be those which have legal implications or whatever, which we can elevate to relevant authorities. Because the issue of tracking and monitoring the implementation of resolution is our core mandate. So that is, and we're exactly going to do that. Issues were raised and in some cases inputs on how to move forward. Some of them will form part of the resolutions that we are going to present to the House, which will be forwarded to the Executive Council for further processing. Aging is talking about culture shift 2030, where we are saying we have to be stronger, more direct, more consistent, and impact on improving the lives of the people of Limpopo. So going forward, we need to do things differently. When the premier, our first female premier said Lord Chenchich, she was not just saying it, she was saying in line with the vision of all the stakeholders, including the AG, that let's do things differently. So let's start to develop the monitoring, the program. I'm not sure if you've got the monitoring and evaluation section within your section. That is the section that you have to utilize to ensure that these things were able to be implemented. As we are preparing to compile 2024-2025 financials, let's follow the acceptable framework. Let's take lessons from what we've been saying today and the issues raised. I am moving from a point where we are saying we can't fail corrections. We dare not fail corrections. You have noted where there are mistakes. We have noted where there are concerns. Let's start correcting those things, and we can't fail because we were shown where they are. So we believe that the outcome of 2024-2025 will be a clean audit, and we believe in you, MEC, as you are promising. We are also wishing that indeed you have that capacity. The signs are showing that indeed you can get that. So just go and just make a little push, you can get it. We want to thank our honorable members, the committee members, for coming and your input were really valuable. They assisted us to move, and we know that you're still having a long program. Soldier on until we will finish. The Office of the Transport, MEC, and your entourage, HOD, thank you very much for being so consistent and so determined even to give us, to go an extra mile in terms of explaining even the follow-up questions. Our staff, we couldn't have achieved this if you were not hands-on. So the team indeed has done very well. So this was a success because all of us were dedicated to ensure that it succeeds. So we thank you very much. Before we adjourn, maybe let me check. Are there announcements?
Yeah, there is tea.
Okay, there is tea. As we go out, you can grab something. And then tomorrow, 8 o'clock, the committee, we are convening for another social development. Yeah, this meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you very much.